I am opening with a land acknowledgement today, as I recognize my own settler colonial background and the fact that I am a visitor on this land. Ottawa is built on the unceded Algonquin Anishinaabe territory. The peoples of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this place. I commit to continuing to learn about the history of the peoples in the land of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. Please join me in a moment of reflection to acknowledge the harms of the past and to consider how we can each move forward in a spirit of reconciliation. Thank you all for joining us today for Artpreneur 2021. I'm Lenore Gale. I'm the president of the board of directors for Arts Network Ottawa. And the first time I had ever heard of Arts Network Ottawa was when I attended the second Artpreneur Conference back in 2014. At the time, I was studying business because as an artist, I felt that I was really lacking professional development support and business skills to be successful. I was really excited to attend Artpreneur because I felt at the time it was really creating space for artists to learn that professional development in Ottawa. I remember leaving that day feeling so energized after being a part of many great conversations and witnessing artists and businesses so openly provide advice and education to lift up others. Of course, things have changed a lot since then. Due to the pandemic, artists have had to shift their work online and find ways to connect with their audiences virtually. In a time of change, Artpreneur 2021 is providing an opportunity to step back, take a look at the current landscape, and to find ways to advocate for, as artists, for a sustainable and equitable direction for our community. This will be a space for artists to learn about tools and resources to help their art practice succeed in a digital world and to discuss moving towards a future model that values and compensates the work of artists. I would like to thank our partners, Invest Ottawa and Apartment 613. I would also like to thank our sponsor, Wallach's Art Supplies and Framing. Today, we're in the beautiful Saw Gallery space with the exhibit Library of Infinities by Shaya Ishak. I would also like to thank our production team, Hot Shoe Productions. Listen to our podcast, Artpreneur Ottawa, on Spotify, iTunes, or Buzzsprout. And don't forget to become a member of Arts Network Ottawa. Now I'm going to introduce Alex Motby, who is our program manager at Arts Network Ottawa.
Thank you, Lenore, and I won't take too much time, but I'm particularly thrilled about this being our first session to open up the Artpreneur Conference this year. We've seen the effects of the pandemic on artists of all disciplines, taking their practice online and the way audiences engage and experience the arts online as well. So as a user of Bandcamp, both as an artist myself and as a person obsessed with music and discovering new music, I'm so thrilled to be able to introduce Andrew Jervis, Chief Curator of Bandcamp, in conversation with Rachel Weldon and Laura Dickens of Debaser. Please welcome them.
Hello. Hi, Andrew. How are you?
Pretty good, thanks. Yourselves?
Great. Nice to be here in this virtual space with you. So maybe we can do a round of introductions all ourselves. We'll start and then throw it over to you to let us know more about yourself and what Bandcamp is, if that works. My name's Rachel Weldon. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the producer at Debaser. Debaser is been a long time, I guess, sort of in the supporter and user of Bandcamp, and myself as a DJ and radio producer and artist and curator I've been using Bandcamp for I think about 10 years. A big fan. And my colleague Laura.
Hi, I'm Laura Dickens. I'm the program manager at Debaser. I started in this last year working with Debaser, and I'm also a musician who has used Bandcamp for years and years. I help Debaser program arts and music events in the city. That's about it.
Yeah, we can give you maybe like a quick overview of what we do at Debaser.
Yeah, for sure. Debaser puts on arts and music events in Ottawa, and in the past we've also put out like compilation albums, zines, radio, multimedia works. During the pandemic, we started a new flagship series called Peak, which is a kind of like an underground experimental artist-focused event series that's spread out over 4 dates across the year, and so that's mostly what I've been helping out with at Debaser.
Yeah, and I think that we're really excited to be at this table, this virtual table with you, Andrew, because our activities, I think, as Debaser has really grown from a similar kind of scene as Bandcamp, at least like on a very smaller and more like local scale, of course. But we, I think, also like to have the sort of artist centered in our approach to what we do, and put them in the driver's seat in terms of defining how we work with them. Our primary activity is producing and presenting events, so we don't have exactly the same activities as Bandcamp, but we do feel that there's a lot of interesting overlap in our approaches and our values with Bandcamp. So it's an exciting opportunity to kind of to speak with you and hear more about Bandcamp and ask you some questions. I guess we'd love to hear more about you and your journey with Bandcamp and more, and especially because this is a multidisciplinary arts conference, about what Bandcamp is to those who may not know or use it.
Okay, cool. I think I got most of that. I'm really sorry, you're really choppy. So, an intro to Bandcamp, right?
Yes, please.
Cool. Stop me if I get choppy. I'm happy to repeat stuff. So yeah, I'm Andrew Jagovis. Thanks so much for having me here. I really appreciate it. And it sounds like I should thank you too for using Bandcamp. I was employed in the 13 year at Bandcamp, which means I've been in for almost 9 years. My original title was chief curator. Some people still call me that, but that was really only because when I joined, we didn't really have an editorial team. It was me, and we didn't have anyone looking after artists and labels. Also me. Thankfully, we've grown to a company of a size where we now have, an editorial team, and I have a team of people looking after artists and labels with me. So, I suppose my official title is really director of artists and labels, and they also let me still host something called the Bandcamp Weekly, which is a weekly radio show I do on the site. Before Bandcamp, I was running a record label called Ubiquity Records for a number of years. I held a long-time radio show, maybe 14 or so years here in San Francisco on Friday nights. And, between those two things, kind of did every job possible in the music business, from packing boxes to DJing around the world to, pretending to be in bands and realizing I was better at picking bands than playing in them. Worked in record stores. I edited a music magazine. But I have to say that, while all those things kind of come into play, Bandcamp is definitely my favorite job out of the lot, and I feel lucky to be here. It's a great place with a really great mission. If you're not familiar with Bandcamp, we're a platform that enables artists and record labels to sell their music on their terms directly to fans, and hopefully for those fans, we're a great way for them to discover new music and to support the artists and labels that they love in a more equitable and sustainable way.
Great. Well, that just jumps right into our first question, which is, what makes the Bandcamp platform model, equitable, and sustainable for artists?
Sure, I think there's a number of ways. Let's start with equitable. So, on Bandcamp, as an artist or a label, you charge what you want. That's up to you. We don't determine these things for you. And Bandcamp's rev share from what you're charging is the same as we 10 to 15% of digital music. It's always a flat 10%. I mean, physical items you're selling, whether that's vinyl,
Uh-oh.
It's
interest when artists and labels that money reaches folks a lot more quickly. Usually within 24 to 48 hours of them having made a purchase, and in a way that's straightforward and simple to understand and not full of, industry gobbledygook. And we have no ads, we have no marketing, there's no special placement for big artists. You don't get extra love because you've got a big checkbook. And in fact, our editorial team's mantra has always been to surface music based purely on whether they like it, and is there a good story behind it. It's never really on whether something will create more page clicks for Bandcamp. As far as sustainability goes, as an artist, you build a following. Your fans are not only notified about everything that you release, but also because of the viral nature of the site, in which the community of fans, third of the sales on Bandcamp literally come from fans turning to other fans and saying, "Hey, you're gonna love this. It's great." So it's not just about the fans that you already have, but the ability for the fan community on the site to help you reach more fans. So about $73 million worth of fan purchases this year out of 233 million spent so far have literally come from fans turning to other fans and saying, "Hey, you gotta buy this record, it's great." As an artist or label, you can set up a subscription within Bandcamp. So fans pay you monthly or annually an amount that you set, and you set frequency goals up. And then those fans will automatically receive all of your music. It's not like an a la carte subscription to a music service where that service is collecting the cash and you end up with a fraction of a penny. This is a fan paying you what you think is fair, and then we just enable an easy way for them to get everything that you put out. Also, personally, I'm also really proud of the fact that on Bandcamp albums still outsell singles, something like 5 to 1. So in the past year, fans have bought over 15 million albums, close to 7 million tracks, 2.2 million vinyl records, almost 1 million CDs, half a million cassettes, mostly albums. So while other music sites out there are trying to build a profitable business around the idea of singles and playlists, which we know don't really help artists build careers, we're seeing fans who love music buy full albums. And Bandcamp's been profitable since 2012, so clearly, that's working.
Yeah, that's so interesting. It's interesting to hear about the recommendation, the sort of fan to fan recommendation aspect of it. And of course there's Bandcamp Daily and Bandcamp Weekly, which is a big part of sort of, just talk the Bandcamp editorial team talking about what music they really love. Of course, over the last, since I'm not sure when Bandcamp was established, but since I started using it, there's been so many new features and developments that have been implemented to help engage with fans and help artists reach new fans. We, at our organization, we were thinking a lot about our role, since the pandemic hit, our role in being a sort of recommender to the local community here in Ottawa, being sort of a trusted voice, I guess, for what music that we're excited about, and that's really how we operate too. When the pandemic hit and we could no longer do live events, which is really the way that we platform artists that we believe in, we had to kind of figure out ways that we could fulfill our mandate and keep presenting and amplifying artists without shows. So we came up with this project that we called Mood Ring that we did use Bandcamp to distribute, that it also has this sort of online web art component that is guides the user to a song based on a series of choices that they make. And it was really about music discovery and recommendation and that type of thing based on what the user wanted to listen to. But that's all to say, I'm just wondering, I guess, how Bandcamp has over the years provided new ways to present and experience music to fans, and how have you adapted and changed while also maintaining your focus?
Look, the focus always has to be
Great. So whether through its editorial arm, Bandcamp Daily, or through the e-commerce platform that helps market and distribute so-called dead media or merchandise to consumers around the world, Bandcamp notably connects and amplifies niche music scenes and markets. Debaser also aims to build a community in niche spaces, supporting artists who are underserved and underrepresented everywhere. How do you think that supporting niche or underserved communities contributed to the success and identity of Bandcamp?
Absolutely has. I mean, from day one we had a let's see. From day one we had an open policy, so you don't have to be a noted band to join Bandcamp. When we came up, there was another site, also born around the same time, that's no longer with us, that you had to be invited to. And then, there was a number of kind of eye-opening music legends had gotten these online sites where they could connect directly with their friends. Bandcamp's always been an open door. If whether you're a kid in the bedroom making your first cassette, to whether you're Radiohead just put their entire catalog this past week, it's open to you. Equally so, our editorial policy has always been completely open, and I feel like we've built a really curious and engaged readership and listenership through the 3 radio shows that we have. Because of that open-minded editorial policy, and that policy is, as I mentioned, to put great music and interesting stories first, not star power or marketing budget. Too much of what you read about music online is the same thing over and over about the same artist, and so that's kind of boring to us. We couldn't possibly cover all the interesting music on Bandcamp. There's just too much. So why cover the obvious stuff? So if you combine that surfacing of music from the editorial team with the discover features on the site, it's easy to follow as a fan, like a genre or music from a specific city or country. You can sort of follow fans from anywhere around the world. Part of my job is to stay on top of what's coming out where. And if I can follow like a super fan in Rio, then I get to hear about all the music in his her community in Rio. Or if I'm following a fan in London, same thing. There's no way that like PR companies and record labels can inform me as much as like really engaged music fans who are just part of their community and buying music. So being able to follow those fans, is key to Bandcamp's success and key to the fun of Bandcamp too. So, knowing that we have these discovery features, knowing that we make it a policy to surface music from interesting communities around the world, it's no surprise then that that's helped Bandcamp thrive, and 50% of purchases on Bandcamp are actually cross-border. So if you happen to be a band in Melbourne, Australia, and you pre-Bandcamp were used to just playing to fans in Melbourne and maybe, other places in Australia, maybe if you're lucky, New Zealand, but you never had a fan base in Paris or Tokyo or wherever. If you engage in Bandcamp in the right way, you're going to find that over half of your fans, or close to half of your fans, are from somewhere else. And then that obviously opens up opportunities for you for editorial coverage and for touring opportunities and for licensing opportunities and just making great community with other like-minded bands and other like-minded labels, other like-minded fan communities around the world. So absolutely, it's key that we don't just churn out the same old, and that we don't leave any stone unturned when it comes to surfacing music and communities and artists and labels from wherever they're from.
Yeah, that's really cool and really true. My partner runs like a cassette and floppy disk and VHS label through Bandcamp, and I help her package stuff, and we've sent stuff to like Japan and like Italy, and it's really, I don't know, it's also really heartwarming to the artists to like see that these people they've never met from all over the world care and want to hear what they've done.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what you were saying about like the open door, the open-minded policy that anybody can upload anything to Bandcamp, there's no gatekeeping, I think is what really, I think that is used a lot in that way. Like obscure noise artists will just sort of upload sort of live recordings, and there's no penalty if they never make a dime. Bandcamp doesn't need to, never charges anything for that. And one of the first things that stuck out to me when I started using Bandcamp, like about 10 years ago, was the pay what you can, pay what you want, set your own price feature, which I don't think any other, I might be wrong, but any other music e-commerce platform does, or at least not at the same, they're not as at least high profile as Bandcamp is. And it's really special. So I wonder what that feature has meant to artists and labels. I guess how was it implemented? Was it always in place? And how, this might be hard for us music people to imagine, but how could that idea be sort of exported to other cultural economies, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. We often, more recently, have compared ourselves to a marketplace like Etsy rather than music site, because there just aren't any. On Etsy, you have this world where you're posting your wares basically for people to come along and support you. Now, unfortunately, on Etsy, of course, it's usually or places like that, it's usually this is the price, or make me an offer, which tends to not be more than the asking price. So I don't know. We didn't get to where we are without just trying these things. And it's funny that you brought up this question, because it made me go back. You sent me a couple of these questions ahead of time, so it made me go back and look at what happened when we launched this feature. It wasn't always on Bandcamp. When we launched it, there was some naysaying, and some this isn't going to work. Why would people pay more? Why would people play anything? But that turned out to not be true. So obviously, you can set your price to be 0 or pay more, or you can set the price of your album or EP or whatever it is to a certain price, $5, $10, whatever, and then also say or pay more on top of that. So there's two different ways that you can do it, and in all cases, letting fans pay more if they want has worked out. If you average it out, fans pay more than the minimum 40% of the time on Bandcamp. And then your average price paid is up by nearly 50%. And so, we know too, kind of looking, what comes in, that every day we see the super fans paying ridiculous amounts for albums, $50, $100, $500 for a record on a daily basis. And when it initially happened, I'm like, somebody put somebody entered the wrong price, when we would contact folks. Did you just send that? And I saw this band last night, and didn't have any money to buy a tour T-shirt or whatever. I just wanted to tell them how much I liked them, and so that kind of stuff happens all the time, and it is incredibly heartwarming to see, and knowing that. When you average it out, people end up paying quite a bit more than folks are asking, and people aren't just walking away with stuff for free. It's proof, and you'd think that maybe this would happen for independent artists that people might, quote unquote, take pity on, but it happens across the board. So even when like Tom York made his album available on Bandcamp, people paid more, something like 30% of the time. I'm like, Tom York's doing okay. You know that, right? Like, save your money. But people want to show their love. That no matter the size of the band and their following, and how, let's be honest, how well that artist is, how well off that artist happens to be, it's just a way for folks to spread a little more love when they can.
Yeah, and I imagine that was I don't know how it was received when it first started, but it's kind of a radical idea when the music industry, the recorded music industry is sort of really changing, and artists are really struggling to make a living off of, digital music sales. It really turns that idea on the head and asks the consumer to set their own value. And I guess and like really look at their own means and like decide what they can afford to pay and like what set that sort of in balance with what they can afford.
It's so weird. I feel like we're always battling. I don't know if we'll ever get rid of it. This idea of like 99 cents a song, 9.99 for an album. Like why? Like what is that? Make it $1 or charge whatever you want. You know, like it's so it doesn't have to be such a commodity. You know, what's 99 cents? It's why are you doing that? Like it literally charge what you want or let the artist decide what they can afford. It's up to you. And obviously there are sweet spots. So you know, practically speaking, if there are artists watching and you have an album and you're thinking, oh, how much should I charge on Bandcamp? Honestly, if you charge a little bit less than that dollar per track, if you have a 10-track album and you charge $7, then you're going to see that all pay more kick in at a much greater rate than if you have a 10-track album and you charge $14. At that point, fans are probably just going to fork out 14, at least according to the data we see. But if you're charging 7 for a 10, you're going to see a lot more people probably pay more than the 10 that you kind of had in mind. Definitely more fans will engage than if you had charged $14 for your 10-track album. Hopefully that makes sense. So there are sweet spots in there, and there is some thought to be put to it. But you know, we don't mandate any of this. We charge what we like.
Yeah, what do you think the motivations are behind people like paying more for our events? Because we also have a pay what you can model. I mean, for me, I always think they want to invest in a community and community art, so they want to see it still exist and continue to happen. But what do you think?
Yeah, I was actually wondering, like, as you were saying that, like, whether the pandemic has kind of affected those numbers, like whether people are really opening up their wallets a bit more because they know how much of an impact it had, like the pandemic has had on specifically the live music industry, but really all kind of sectors of the industry and like in various ways. I think that people do. I mean, because we for our events we have a pay what you can policy across the board. Like we do set a suggested ticket price, but if anyone ever can't afford that, then they're welcome to request a subsidized ticket. And I imagine people like to sort of pay it forward and kind of buy 2 tickets for the other person who can't afford a full price one. But I'm not sure. I guess like I think that the pandemic has also made me, at least as an event producer and like setting our ticket prices, just reevaluate what the sort of, you know, $9.99 for a full album. Okay, like what's the standard ticket price we were charging before? Why shouldn't we add $5 to that or something? It's, you know, artists are trying to reemerge after this especially difficult period. And maybe we were stuck in this place, this like $10 a ticket kind of headspace where that's actually not appropriate and the cost of living is going up. And it's been a good chance to kind of take a breath and like look at what is, you know, what's a fair price. Well, okay, so we've talked a lot about Pay What You Can. It's a wonderful aspect of Bandcamp. And I think this might be kind of contributes to this idea of Bandcamp that I've always had, which is that it's really been a natural partner to the sort of DIY and independent music community. And our organization, Debaser, also has grown out of that community here in Canada and has always supported artists who identify with that scene. And I think Bandcamp is like the tool for that type of artist, for like indie bands and DIY artists. But we, I guess, have also just been recently thinking a lot about who gets left out of that scene, like who doesn't identify as DIY or independent or indie music for various different reasons, and how different racial and social and economic factors play into that definition. And we were talking about like the idea of like SoundCloud rappers versus like indie or DIY bands, and like what is really the difference. So that's all to say, how has Bandcamp made space for artists and labels who previously or historically didn't see themselves represented in these type of like indie or DIY music spaces? And another way to maybe ask that is, in what ways is Bandcamp pushing for diversity amongst its users?
Well, you know, And if we're able to run a feature about a burgeoning scene or an interesting music community that's not getting love anywhere else, honestly, that's like editorial gold for us. Those stories about like, electronic music from Iran, or we ran a piece on a really small DIY punk scene from Siberia once. It was like hugely read. Like, those kinds of stories are what the readership react to the best. So it's in our best interest to um, surface folks who are maybe not getting the love that they should, or just have a fascinating story. They're making great music, and I think it's in our it behooves us to make sure that we don't leave those stones unturned. Um, and I don't, because of the fact that we do have the Bjorks and the Radioheads, and we have Matador, 4AD, and Sub Pop, and Stone's Throw, and a big variety of well-known independent labels. There's like 12, well, there's around 11,000 labels on Bandcamp now. 11,000 ranked labels. I didn't know there were 11,000 independent ranked labels. There's what, a small handful of major labels. Not a whole lot of engagement there, but we have plenty of music going on, and plenty of well-known artists to kind of balance out the fact that we have lots of artists you may never have heard of and you may have fun discovering. So I do think in a way that, yeah, while we're a home for DIY artists, we're also a home for artists who are able to call this a living, and artists who've done very well in the music business. More and more, we're becoming a place where people who are kind of sick of that major label game and want to go on and do things on their own, come back to and say, hey, well, I tried that. I'd much rather have a direct relationship with my fans and kind of build up a team, and I can survive on Bandcamp as an artist, just do it myself.
Yeah, that's great. I think that aligns with our values in a way that we want to support like a music ecosystem rather than like a more top-down approach to music in general. Yeah, so after a few postponements, Debaser, we launched our new flagship event series, which is called Peak. And because, the conditions have just been changing and evolving for event production and presentation during the pandemic, we've kind of had to reinvent and re-strategize ways to support artists and connect with our audiences, including doing lots of stuff that we've never done before. So supporting multimedia works, web art, specialized collaborative productions. And we know that Bandcamp has also expanded beyond its typical activities to serve the community during the pandemic. So our question is, how has Bandcamp innovated or adapted to changing conditions and trends in the music industry? And what direction do you think the platform will go in moving forward?
Sure. So I can answer some of that.
Okay.
Sadly, I think, because it's a reflection on the rest of the music industry, our biggest innovation remains the insistence that art should come first and music is art. And that's unfortunate, but that's that. But practically speaking, obviously during the pandemic, we launched Bandcamp Fridays. So first Friday of every month, we don't take any rev share at all. All money
That sounds exciting.
Oh yeah, that sounds great. I was just going to say thanks for the live streams. They've been great. I watched Fire Tools on a Bandcamp live stream, and it was a great show. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Bandcamp Fridays, which you mentioned, a simple idea, but like what an impact it's had. And I like every first Friday I have a bunch of bands in my feeds just talking about it, because Bandcamp Friday, it's become this like monthly event, sort of like a record store day, but monthly, and it's just a sort of time to remind people that, you know, direct support of the artists that they like it's a good reminder to you know, just to buy some music this month at this time of the month when it all goes towards the artists. And you said that you didn't anticipate the impact, but I guess, like, can you speak to the sort of the ripple effect of that?
Yeah, so absolutely. I mean, you hit the nail on the head there, where artists talk about it and the press talked about it a lot. And I think during the pandemic, for the penny dropped for a lot of people that, like, wait a minute, if I just sit here passively listening to something streaming, how what's that do for the artist? And oftentimes the answer is, well, not a whole lot, to be honest. So, what can I do to support? And you mentioned earlier selling floppy disks. And I said we sold over 500,000 cassettes last year. I'm not sure how many people are doing anything with those floppy disks or cassettes. There is obviously a growing core of fans who will do things with those mediums. But a lot of them, they just want to show their love and their support and say, you know what, your music's meant a lot to me, especially during the pandemic. When we're all looking for a distraction, and something to get lost in, something to take us away somewhere. So, yeah, absolutely. I've lost track of where we were. But
Yeah, well, it's interesting because, like, I think whenever a band goes on tour, I feel like they're traveling salespeople for their music, and like without tours, without shows, there's no like event, like no time based, no like opportunity to buy music from the artist in a direct way. So I feel like Bandcamp Fridays really has made it event focused in an interesting way.
yeah, totally. Yeah. The other thing too that's really come out that again kind of just propelled the whole notion is that a lot of what we thought was a good way for artists to say, hey, I've got this record coming out. I was going on tour. I can't do that now. I've got this merch I wanted to sell. I can't sell that now. Let's just put this out on a Bandcamp Friday and we'll make some extra money, and for fans to show their love on those days. Beyond that, people started doing things that, again, we had not anticipated. So immediately, labels started saying, well, we shouldn't take any money on those days either. We'll just pass that directly through to our artists because we never heard. That was cool to see. We never really didn't want to guilt anyone into doing that, but that's just what they felt like they should do. And then beyond that too, artists and labels decided, well, you know what? Why don't we take that money, raise some funds for a local charity or for a cause that needs some awareness, whether it's like a local venue that was struggling, whether it's for like voters' rights. There was two huge compilations that were for voters' rights initiatives this past year, last year during the election, that raised like $750,000. Two compilations on Bandcamp Fridays for voters' rights initiatives. That's stuff we didn't anticipate. So the whole idea of like passing it along really came to the fore with Bandcamp Fridays. And again, like I said, we just thought this would be a great way to put a little extra money, 10-15% extra in the pockets of artists and labels and those folks that needed it. And their generosity just blew us away, and is the reason that we continue to do them.
Amazing. Well, we're out of like formal questions. We can keep chatting, but I also, if anyone is listening at home and has questions for Andrew or about this topic, if you're an artist of a non-music artistic discipline and want to share some thoughts about how these kind of concepts how they kind of, how they could be exported to different disciplines, or how they are kind of working in other areas. That'd be really interesting to know. Any final words from the two of you?
Oh, I don't know. I just want to say, I actually bought a floppy disk, and I don't know what to do with it. I'm not really sure. I'll figure it out. Yeah.
Boot up your.
Yeah, for sure.
There is something there's something special about just like art objects and ephemera in that way that Bandcamp really facilitates. Unlike most platforms have forgotten about cassettes. But yeah, maybe we can invite Alex Maltby back in. Is there any questions so far?
We don't currently have any questions,
So we're being told no questions in the chat yet. So it's a great time to put one in if you have any. How are we doing for time? Okay. Andrew, anything else you'd like to share? And if we don't get any questions, then we can wrap it up, I guess. But amazing, yeah. I think we have a question that Alex will read.
So we do have a question in the chat from Philip Charbonneau. Do you see any correlation between the underground cassette movement of the 80s and 90s and what Bandcamp is doing? I also just want to add a thought that I had, how often I use the favorite track feature where fans can make a comment, and like I will always kind of look at those or glance at them and go to those tracks specifically. So there's a level of participation on the part of the audience and the consumer as well to provide that input and that like level of trust and communication fan to fan, which I think is really interesting as well.
You know, to add to that too, because I think this is an underused feature on the site, that artists can also recommend other artists. So if you're a Bandcamp artist and you're listening right now and you haven't put this to use, it's on your profile page right at the bottom. There's a section for you to choose a bunch of recommended albums. What that does is then when a fan comes to see your album page, they get to see at the bottom there uh, 3 or 4 albums that you've recommended and what you've written about why you like that. And it's obviously too, if you collaborate with other artists or if you tour with other artists or you're in projects with other artists, do that. Have them do the same for you. You know, or if there's a band that you're, you know, if you're an established band and you just saw some, you know, young upstart band and you want to help them out, go recommend them to Bandcamp. You know, not only will your fans see those recommendations when they just glance through the page, they'll also see it when they're checking out. Like, hey, you know, Andrew recommended these bands. There's also a way for fans to search via artists recommended from the homepage, which is kind of cool. If we know that bands drive a third of the sales on the site by just telling their fans this is great, what if a fan looks up and their favorite artist is saying, well, these are great, then you're sure going to check those recommendations out, right? So I think that's a little feature that's in there that should probably be used a little bit more. And so, you know, if, like I said, if you're an artist and you have peers that, you know, will recommend you back, I highly recommend you take advantage of it because it's another fun way to discover.
It's kind of like your top 6 on MySpace, which our younger listeners might not understand that reference.
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say it. I feel like something that we're all saying in like different ways is that music and art aren't just like, they're not just a thing. It's not content. It's not even just about the object. It's about the community around that activity. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I guess that's it for questions. And when's the next Bandcamp Friday? Is there anything else you want to plug or remind people of?
Always the first Friday of the month. So, yeah, just a couple more left this year, which will be big ones. I think there was a lot of people trying to squeeze out albums before the year is over. There's been a lot of delays, obviously, with vinyl pressings and things like that. So, just looking at the list of records still to come out this year, there's a lot of really great music on the horizon. So, yeah, first Friday is the month. But honestly, I know it sounds cheesy. Any day is a good day to plug music. You don't have to wait for Bandcamp Friday. And still a large portion of cash demand will reach the artist or label on the other end. So, yeah.
Perfect. Bandcamp.com is where you find all of that stuff. You can find us at debaser.ca. We have some shows coming up in this building, so if you're in Ottawa, please be great to see you there. And you can find the artists that we're working with on Bandcamp. Thank you so much, Andrew. Great to chat with you.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for inviting me and good luck with all your pursuits, and especially your floppy disks.
All right. I'll just say some closing words, I guess. Okay. So as we're talking about digital distribution and artist rights and advocating for equity and a sustainable arts ecosystem, up next at 3 p.m. we will have a representative from the Independent Media Arts Alliance talking about a fee schedule that they've developed, as well as a document for best practices for all artists of all disciplines to consider their rights and obligations when distributing their art in digital spaces. So I encourage everyone to take some time, stretch, grab a coffee, and join us at 3 o'clock on the live stream. Okay. My name is Alex Maltby. I'm the program manager at Arts Network Ottawa. Welcome back to the second session of Artpreneur 2021. We just heard from Andrew Jervis, who's the chief curator at bandcamp.com, talk about artist advocacy and equitable payments for independent artists to develop their practice in music, and using Bandcamp as an alternative model to digital distribution for art. We're going to build on that a bit today with this talk from the Independent Media Arts Alliance around a new fee schedule and best practices document that is based on a lot of research and legal framework that has been conducted in Canada to build capacity, not just for artists, but also arts presenters and everyone involved in this broader ecosystem. We've seen so many digital transformations throughout the pandemic, and not just digital media artists, but also visual artists and musicians are distributing their work online in digital spaces in an unprecedented way. So we're here to talk about how to do that properly and equitably and in a safe way to protect yourself as an artist or an art presenter. So I'm pleased to introduce someone who knows a lot about digital art and media, operations manager at the Digital Arts Resource Center here in Ottawa. I'm pleased to welcome colleague, friend, and superhero Jenna Spencer.
Thanks so much, Alex. Great. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today for our Rights and Obligations Navigating Brave New Digital Worlds info session today. I'm joining, as Alex mentioned, from Digital Arts Resource Center here in Ottawa, Ontario. I just quickly like to thank Alex and the entire team at ArtsNet for putting together this really amazing series of events over the weekend. I encourage everybody in attendance to check out all of the other great events happening later today, particularly. Yeah, so before we kind of get into today's event, I would like to acknowledge that DARK and this event is taking place today on the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin peoples. DARK would like to recognize that we honor the Algonquin people and their elders who have occupied this land since time immemorial, and whose culture continues to nurture this land and its people. I encourage folks from wherever they're joining to also give thanks in whatever territory that they're currently occupying, and to review the calls to truth and reconciliation. So thank you very much. For those of you who aren't familiar with DARK, you may know us formally as Saw Video Media Arts Center. We are a artist-run media arts center here in Ottawa, Ontario, and we work with artists through their artistic practice and artistic careers, offering access to equipment, training, mentorship, and public programming. We actually have a lot of really excellent online programming happening right now. If I can be so bold as to plug our new online exhibition entitled In Space Gray. If you're interested in checking out the exhibition, I encourage you to go to digitalartsresourcecenter.ca and check it out. So today's event is very exciting, I think, for a lot of artists in attendance and any arts organizers that are joining us. We're very excited to have a resource like this that IMA has put together. I think this fee schedule has been forthcoming for a while and will be really helpful in assisting people in advocating for themselves in digital space, as well as I think today's event will really help organizations in understanding how they can provide equitable opportunities and payment for the artists that they're working with. We're joined by Marianne Borchette-Laporte from the Independent Media Arts Alliance. So really excited to get into it today. Our conversation will be divided kind of into two distinct parts. The first being how artists can know their rights. So we'll get into how artists can learn the language and the skills and the tools necessary to sort of advocate for themselves as artists in digital artistic space, as well as how organizations can know their obligations toward artists and provide those equitable opportunities. So really excited to be here, and thanks again to the folks at ArtsNet and IMA. So I think I will stop blabbing and hand things over to Marianne.
Great, thank you very much, Jenna, and thank you also, Alex, for this invitation. So my name is Marianne Bourchier-Laporte. My pronouns are she, her. I apologize, I don't have that in my title on the screen. I'm joining you today from Vancouver, or the unceded territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. And I am affiliated with the Independent Media Arts Alliance as a independent researcher. But I'm not formally employed by them, so I work with them in the capacity of different research projects. But just to clarify, I guess, that I'm not in a position to speak on behalf of the Independent Media Arts Alliance. And the talk I'm going to give today is inspired from a community consultation project that we've been developing over the last year. It's really in response to the growing use of digital exhibition strategies, online presentation strategies that presenters have had to turn to in the last year and a bit. But it was always an issue that was in the back of IMA's project head, I guess, in terms of this is a growing method of exhibiting media artworks and projects, and this is something that the organization really wanted to develop. So the pandemic, I think, just gave the extra oomph to go forward with this project. So today, the talk I'm presenting is drawing from some of the materials that were created in the project. The new IMA fee schedule that was mentioned is available online. Was published this week, actually. And there are forthcoming guides to support media arts presenters, navigating the different issues that can come up in online presentation. And that includes intellectual property and copyright issues, which I'll be talking a lot about today, accessibility issues, and then kind of event planning and technology. So let me begin. I'm sorry, my dog is barking in the background. All right, all good with the visuals? I'll take that as a yes. So just to recognize the financial support that we received for this project from the Canada Council for the Arts, Archive Counter Archive, which is a research project based out of York University, and Simon Fraser University as well. And then several project supporters that provided in-kind or financial support from within the media arts community. So hopefully that gives you a sense of the buy-in and the necessity of the resources that were created. So today, my presentation will look at first just give a general sense of the legal framework regulating artist fees. And I think it's important that artists and presenters have an understanding of kind of the legal backend whenever they present work. And that stands for in-person presentation, but it becomes very important for online presentation. Then from that, we'll look at some copyright basics and what this means in terms of online presentation modes. Then we'll look at the rights and obligations of presenters and artists, so how to navigate that working relationship. And finally, I'll introduce some of the key elements that are in the new IMA fee schedule. So if we start with the legal framework, there are really two federal laws that impact the payment of artists, or their remuneration, I should say. And those are the Status of the Artist Act and the Copyright Act. And they work together. Oops. So the Status of the Artist Act formally recognizes the social and economic value of artists' contribution to society. And this is the legal basis that guarantees artists the right to be paid for their work and to join professional associations that can represent their rights. And this last part is important because that's the part that enables the collective bargaining of scale agreements on behalf of the members of those professional associations. So those are the artists. And these scale agreements are essentially minimum rates and conditions for artist fees and services provided by artists. And there are a number of these organizations that you're probably familiar with, and they span across all of the different sectors in the arts. So ACTRA, CFM, Directors Guild of Canada, CARFAC, just to give some examples. But the problem that we face that artists face is that the Status of the Artist Act enables the negotiation of these scale agreements only with federal institutions under federal jurisdiction. So in the visual arts, for example, the National Gallery of Canada, and also with broadcasters. So that's why in the music and film and television industries, there are some very strong associations like ACTRA, for example, that determines minimum payments for actors of television and radio. And that's because they can negotiate those with broadcasters. Most media and visual arts organizations, so most of the membership in IMA, DARC as an example, don't fall under that federal jurisdiction. And so organizations that represent artists, can negotiate, can set scale agreements or fee schedules, but those are not mandatory. So organizations opt to follow them on a voluntary basis. And this is often something that is misunderstood, I think, in the sector, when artists say, like, why is it that it's not legally binding that this presenter has to pay the minimum fees as outlined in the IMA or the CARFAC fee schedule? Well, that's because of this federal jurisdiction component. But this doesn't mean that these fee schedules, like the IMA or the CARFAC fee schedule, and I'm referring to those because they are most relevant to independent media arts, and they complement each other, and CARFAC and IMA work together a lot towards some harmonization as much as they can of those fee schedules. So as I was saying, it doesn't mean, because they're not legally binding, but it doesn't mean that they don't have any standing. And in fact, they are recognized as national minimum standards for the payment of artist fees. And arts funders like the Canada Council for the Arts, require that organizations that apply for funding refer and respect these the minimum standards outlined in these schedules. So within the sector, they do have a lot of weight. So that's the Status of the Artist Act. On the Status of the Artist Act side, sorry. They connect here with the artist fee schedules because artist fees are copyright royalties. So this is where we can tie in the Copyright Act and the implications that this one has. And colloquially in the sector, we use the term artist fees because I think it's just more natural to think of artist fees for a screening or for an exhibition. But legally, those are copyright royalties. And copyright royalties is the legal term for all the fees that an author can collect for reproduction or for public communication use. So that includes screenings, that includes exhibitions, and that's online and offline. So the Copyright Act is the law that regulates the ownership and the use of copyrighted material in Canada. And artworks of all kinds are included under copyrightable material. And really what the Act is in place to do is set a framework for copyright holders to have a say in how and if their work gets used. And as a secondary component of that, they can get copyright royalties, so payment out of that use. But the important here is really that the Copyright Act enables artists and authors to say, yes, you can use my work in this exhibition. Yes, you can use my work in this screening. Online, offline, same thing. Or yes, you can use it, but only in these particular conditions. And one of these conditions might be that you have to remunerate me fairly for that use. So this is where the artist fee schedules come into play. So copyright, just so that we have a common understanding of what that is the exclusive legal right to produce, reproduce, sell, or license, publish, or perform an original work or a substantial part of it. And like I said before, what this really boils down to is the right to decide if and how a work can be copied or used in public. So as soon as you, as a presenter, or even as an artist, if you're using material that is copyrighted elsewhere, as soon as you use it, you have to think about those implications in terms of the artist's right or the creator's right to decide if and how their material gets used. There are different rights that are covered under copyright: reproduction rights, which are the rights to essentially make copies of the works. And copies of the works include, putting up a digital copy on a website, or making a copy of a digital file and putting it up on YouTube. Communication rights are the rights to publicly communicate a work. So that can mean publish a work if it's a written material, but in the visual and media arts, it'll most likely be the right to publicly exhibit a work, or the right to screen the work, or to broadcast the work, and that stands for online and offline. And those rights, as mentioned before, they can come with the collection of copyright royalties, and that's the way in which an artist can get paid for their work. Moral rights, moral rights are another right that is covered under copyright, and this ensures that the creator of the work can see their name or can see their work be attributed to them. So in this particular case, it would be whenever you use a work, you have to mention the artist, or you have to include a caption of who the photographer was. So that's why we see these credits under photographs very often. But it's also the right to decide in which contexts a work is going to be used. So for example, I don't remember, this is in the US, but it's and in that particular case, to promote it, or use images of a work to promote something. Here, for example, using you have to ask each and every one of these artists if they're okay with so there's a lot of things like that that copyright legislation involves that is very important for presenters to be aware of. And of course, in the digital landscape, it's very easy to just manipulate images, crop them, re-edit material. So that becomes a very common practice. But the asking what the moral rights are and if the artist always gives consent is the important part here. And essentially, all of these three types of rights, they have implications for contracts. And maybe if you retain one thing from my talk, because I'll be discussing them a bit later, is that everything needs to be outlined as clearly as possible in the contracts. So all the ways you're going to reproduce an image or a work, all the ways you're going to communicate a work, all the ways you're going to use the work. And all of this includes, use on social media, use for promotional purposes, use in a banner, maybe on your website to promote your festival. All of these different uses have to be accounted for in the contract. And once you've got a signed contract, you're assured that the artist is in agreement with all of these uses. And that's the basis for that respectful relationship between presenters and artists. And these contracts, if we want to get into the legalese of it, they are licensing agreements. So a contract for a screening is a licensing agreement for that screening. The presenter is licensed to use the work in the context of that screening. Same thing for use of images and promotional material contexts, etc. So I think I already outlined these points just earlier in my speech, but I think it's just to really reiterate that the importance of outlining all of the implications of these reproduction and communication rights in the contract. To obtain permission, that's really the key. The key component here. And whenever possible, when there are sectoral standards for the remuneration associated with these rights, reproduction and communication, that they should be followed. And in this case, the IMA and the fee and the CARFAC fee schedules do outline some minimum standard fees associated with reproduction and communication rights. Now, a few examples of practices that infringe on moral rights, just to contextualize. And the important here is just to have conversations with the artists. And then when something has been determined, that it is added into the signed contractual agreement. So cropping and re-editing a work or its reproduction. So that infringes on the integrity of the work. Improperly attributing a work or its reproduction, or not providing credits or providing wrong credits. So for example, the credit line at the end of a film, or the credit line under a photograph. Using a work or its reproduction without the copyright holder's consent. So let's say you've only discussed using an image, a film still, on your website, but you also use it in your social media posts. So you haven't discussed that particular use with the artist. I guess before I talk about those two, just it's very easy in the digital era to reuse material in different venues. So that's newsletters, websites, all the different social media channels. But each of these uses should be seen as separate uses, even though it might be the same image. And each of these should be negotiated with the artist. And ideally, each of these uses should be remunerated as well. There are a few exceptions to copyright infringement, but there are a number of them. The two of them that I want to talk today are fair dealing and non-commercial user-generated content. So fair dealing allows the use of material without the consent of the author for a variety of purposes, such as research, private study, education, parody or satire, criticism or review, and news reporting. And so criticism or review is the most pertinent one, I think, for us to look at. So it allows the use of an image of a work, within the context of a review article or whatnot, under certain conditions, attribution being one of them. So that's important to consider, if you are a presenter and you are liaising with an arts critic. And then the other part that is really important for both artists and for presenters to consider in relation to online presentation is the exception for non-commercial user-generated content, which essentially was added to allow you, me, my friend, to use my favorite song or whatever song by Britney Spears, not my favorite song. Let's just say I'm going to use a song by Britney Spears on my homemade cat video. And I post it to Facebook, or I post it to YouTube, and I share it with all my friends. So the non-commercial user-generated content clause is used for that kind of thing. And there are a few ways in which this is evaluated, but essentially the non-commercial aspect is really the important aspect. But this becomes a gray zone for artists to use materials such as pre-existing music that is copyrighted, that is, commercial music, and use it in their works. So as long as you are not commercially benefiting from the use of that material, theoretically, within the Canadian law, you are able to use that material. Now, it becomes a little bit more difficult to say that you're not commercially benefiting from that material as soon as you enter into an agreement with a presenter and you get remunerated for their use of your work that uses the pre-existing copyrighted material. And really, this is a gray zone in the Canadian legal framework. It doesn't mean that folks are not doing it. A lot of them are. Particularly because a lot of the material that is used out there is extremely expensive to license or is very difficult to license. So this is just like pensez-y bien. So just think about it when you are going to be showing within a public framework work that includes copyrighted material that has not been licensed. And so really the licensing onus is on the artist, but that can be very difficult, as I said. So this is important to think about. Now it's a bit less of an issue in in-person settings because maybe there's 50 people in the theater that you're screening a film at. Chances are nobody from the team of the artist that you've used the material from is going to be there and know. But once you put something online, obviously its reach can be much broader and you're exposing yourself to more risk in terms of becoming liable for publicly showing something that hasn't been properly licensed. So it's just something to think about. Yeah. So IMA has developed a document to support independent media arts presenters, navigate all of those issues. And so some of these specific considerations for presenting media arts online. And this is not an exclusive list, but this is some of the things that you probably should be doing as you're engaging in those activities. So ensure that rights have been secured for online presentation contexts. So again, this is if the work uses copyrighted material developed elsewhere. And if the artist has licensed the use of that copyrighted material for use in their work, but the terms of that license are such that the artist's work can only be shown in a theatrical context, for example, and not online, then there's an issue in terms of meeting all of the licensing requirements. And this can be particularly challenging in terms of showing digitized materials, so material that was produced in analog formats before the internet existed, that are digitized and that are then put online for showing. So perhaps the artist, back in the 80s when the video was created, did license a particular song, but all of the uses within that license were limited to analog formats, right? It's because the internet didn't exist. And now there's a discrepancy between what that license enables the artist to do and online formatting. So again, it's just a weighing of the risk and the exposure that you as a presenter and as an artist are exposing yourselves to. In the case of a work with multiple authors or copyright holders, so you have to ensure that all parties have signed the agreement. And this is true for online, but also for offline exhibition contexts. So if it's a collective, all members of the collective have to have signed the contractual agreement with the presenter. If in the case of a feature film, there are several aspects that are copyrighted. So several aspects, including the script, the musical score, and then the film itself, right? Those are kind of three elements within one work that can be copyrighted. You'll have to have the person who did the musical score, the person who did the script, sign the agreement as well. This is only in the case that they retain their copyright over that material. So essentially, you have to always have that conversation with the artist. Discuss all the uses of a work with the copyright holder and include the terms of the work in the contract. So this is the communication and reproduction rights that I talked about earlier. And discuss moral rights issues with the holder. And so it's always best to upfront, ask the copyright holder, how do you want to be acknowledged as the maker of this work? What is the credit line that we should give? Are you all right with us putting it up on YouTube? Are you all right with us putting it up on Facebook? Maybe, maybe not, right? It depends what that person's relationship or opinion of Google and Facebook are. So it's just best to always ask and then do. And essentially, all of this should be included in the contractual agreements. I guess, how am I doing for time? If I could just get a time check.
Right about the 20-minute mark, Marian.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Sorry, I can't see anything else than my slides, so thanks. Okay, good. Well, excellent. We're right on time. Okay, so with all of this said, right, this is the legal framework and the way in which it impacts artists and presenters. How should you navigate the working relationship between presenters and artists? And this is not, again, this is not only for online presentation contexts. A lot of the offline just translates to the online presentation context, but some of it is specific to online. So IMA, in its new fee schedule, has developed a set of guiding principles that really put into words the implicit values and implicit principles that the independent media arts community was working with, but we are now putting it really explicitly out there. And I think it's a really useful tool for artists to, okay, this is what the presenters I'm working with are supposed to be doing. Get a sense of what that is, you'll be that much more informed and able to advocate for yourself when you do negotiate those working relationships with the presenters. And vice versa, the presenters are encouraged to be as transparent as possible with the artists and say, like, this is our policy on geo-blocking. We don't do it or we do it. This is our policy on using images for promotion on social media. This is, the operating budget bracket that we fall under. Therefore, this is the fees that we're supposed to be following. So just trying to have that kind of really open relationship and on the presenter side, being open to the needs of artists, and on the artist side, feeling like they can advocate for those needs because they'll have a receptive ear on the other end. So the first principle that really guides, the stemming out of the status of the Artist Act legislation even, is that artists should always be compensated financially whenever their work is exhibited publicly or used in a reproduction, right? Artists, at any stage of your career, always question or ask questions when you're not being offered some fees, or know that you're always in a position where you can say, listen, there are sectoral standards in place. I have a legal right to get paid for my work. I will not let you use my work unless I get copyright royalties out of it. Or if you do say, yes, you can use it without payment, just understand that you are, you're okay with that and you're choosing to do that. And it's fine because some contexts, might make that completely legitimate. But just to understand where you stand. So the fee amounts that are included in the IMA fee schedule, also in the CARFAC fee schedule, which has a whole section on reproduction fees for use of print in print materials. And IMA just refers back to CARFAC on that one. So that's why I keep going back to IMA and CARFAC. They correspond to minimum fee payments, right? So that's the minimum that the community, independent media arts community, visual arts community has said this is the minimum amount that we think is acceptable for presenters within this category to pay for this type of presentation. And that's online and offline. So what that means is that that's a minimum. You can always negotiate higher, and they are always encouraged to pay higher fees, right? So if you feel like that minimum, doesn't quite cut it for whatever reason, or you were paid a much higher fee in a different event to show the same work, you can negotiate that. It is not a fixed, it's not a fixed framework. We're also putting forward the question that artist remuneration should really be driven by equity-driven values and by transparency. And encouraging presenters to be aware of the challenges that members of equity-seeking communities face at all stages of producing and exhibiting a project. And so in that context, to be more open, or even to take a step forward in offering more support or offering different types of support. And that can be financial support, but it can also be support in terms of additional resources, additional time, accessibility services, and more. So hopefully I've made this pretty clear already, but presenters should enter into clear agreements with the artists prior to presenting their works. So everything that I've said before, you have to put into contracts, pretty much the more the better. And I have a slide on that later on in terms of like, what exactly does that mean? And you have to make the agreement before you present the work. Too often it'll be kind of after the fact, signing of the contract, as I'm giving you your check after the presentation, right? But that needs to be part of that negotiation process. Presenters should obtain consent before posting an artist's content on publicly accessible internet platforms. So I mentioned this before, but you should not assume that the artist is okay with you putting it on different social media platforms, on video sharing platforms, on any platform that you're using. The artist might have certain issues with the location of the servers, with the terms of use of those platforms, any of such things, right? So it's just better to be straightforward and to discuss that with the artist in advance. And along the same lines, considerations for online presentation, particularly geo-blocking and security measures or digital rights management measures. So it's always an added level of vulnerability for the artist to have their work available in digital format online, because it's very easy to copy or to make a copy of in whichever platform, whichever format. And so there is that added vulnerability there. There are certain measures that can be put in place in order to reduce the risks that the artist faces when they do put their work up online like that. But there are also certain other risks or other ways in which having the work accessible to as many people as possible can be harmful for the artist. So I'm thinking of geo-blocking, particular here. Filmmakers, a lot of the ways in which they'll show the work in different festivals is that they'll have, and this is for in-person, so online, they try to replicate this as well, but it's a bit more difficult. So in person, you would have had a North American premiere, a European premiere, a Canadian premiere, So there was a sense of rarity of access there. And that effectively made it so that the artist could ask for increased fees, but also could show in other festivals because it wasn't there, and have a premiere status because they hadn't had a global premiere. Now, in terms of online presentation, if there are no geo-blocking parameters, that means that it's a global premiere by default, right? And that can be quite harmful for an artist because we've heard from artists in the course of this research that they've been blocked off by certain festivals because they said, well, you've already had a premiere that's worldwide, so we can't really show it as a premiere in our festival. So it's good to have that conversation with the artists. Geo-blocking can also be really important in terms of artists that are producing work with sensitive content matter, and artists from diasporic communities that produce content that perhaps they don't want themselves to be associated with that content in their home countries. So some LGBTQ2S plus content, for example, would go there. So just to have in mind when you're working with artists in terms of what you can put in place to make sure that their best interests are looked after. Yeah, and again, presenters, this is the important part, right? The agreements. Okay, so looking at contracts, I keep mentioning contracts. What does that mean? Well, key elements to consider is that consent is key. So in order to ensure that there is consent, you have to have everything outlined, but you also have to use clear language, and all parties have to understand and agree with the terms. So as a presenter, you're not doing your job properly if you produce a contract that the artist can't understand when they read it. They shouldn't need a lawyer to go through that contract. So it doesn't need to be written in like really opaque language to look legit. It just needs to have a certain amount of things outlined in it. Okay, something else to think about, a contract must be signed by the copyright holder. So there's different things to understand about who is the copyright holder. More than likely it is the artist that you're working with, but it could be a collective, and so there needs to be multiple signatures. There could be lots of different copyright holders for a work, so again, more signatures. So you just want to do your homework by talking about it with the artist. Contract should be signed before the event. I said that before, but just a reminder. And then the responsibilities and expectations of both the presenter and of the artist need to be outlined. So concretely, that means things like the responsibilities and expectations of the presenter. What are they going to be paying the artist? What are they giving the artist in advance? What are they expecting from the artist? And vice versa with the artist. So that has concrete manifestations in the contract. And something very important that we're putting forward is the idea that the artist remuneration should be itemized, which means that every item for which an artist is being paid, so first screening, second screening, artist talk, online availability of the recorded talk, all these different items need to be separated out so that the artist can see, okay, I'm getting paid this for that, this for that, this for that. Not, okay, here's a global sum for right? It's just that, looking at that transparency item. So really specifically what to include: name of presenter, artist, copyright holder. Legal name is important here. What's going to be presented or reproduced. The terms of use of the work. So this is the terms of use of those licensing agreements. So public presentation, that's screening, exhibitions, in person or online. Reproductions, what types, what formats, what uses, what dates. So that's all of the uses for that promotional reproductions of images on different platforms. Exclusivity requirements. So this, for example, is really important in terms of it has to be a Canadian premiere, it has to be exclusively accessible in North America, things like that. Issues that relate to moral rights. So what are the attribution requirements? If you ask it in the contract, then it's there, it's agreed upon. File formats for the presentation and file conversions that will be done by the presenter. Legally, the presenter has a right to make a temporary copy for presentation purposes. But it's better for the artist to know in advance what the formats are going to be and how those copies are going to be used. So an artist might want their work to be shown in high definition, for example, and if the file format or the codec that's being used doesn't quite translate into that, then the artist might say, well, I don't know if I want to show my work in that way, right? It's also important to outline, how the presenter is going to use those copies and what it's going to do, or like up until when it's going to keep them. So these need to be temporary copies. You can't just keep an archival format for yourself, for your organization, if you haven't cleared that with the artist. So that's tied to, like how do you manage your files and your data, and also which services do you use for that. And then what services or what measures are you putting in place to ensure some security around the work of the artist? Other activities and expectations. Is the artist expected to be there in person? Is the artist expected to give a talk? Will the talk be recorded? Will the recording be made available? All those kind of things. Services provided by the presenter. Is the presenter paying for travel fees? Is the presenter giving per diems, giving a pass, giving a festival pass to the artist, like different things like that. And then all of the different items that need to be separated out in the remuneration: artist fees, professional fees, reproduction fees. So we've talked about all of those. Travel, accommodation, per diem fees, and other fees and non-monetary benefits. So that's like free drink tickets, pass for the festival, different things like that. Specifically for online uses, contracts should specify the file formats and technology that will be used for the presentation, for data transferring, and for temporary file storage and long-term archiving, if there is such a thing. So again, it's just so that the artist is aware of the compressions that may be happening, of the services that are be happening, and just it gives the presenter their okay in terms of how that's going to be used. So I mentioned this before, but which third-party platforms are going to be used? That includes streaming services, cloud services, file transfer services, hosting services. There's a lot of these different services that we use. And again, you know, somebody's thoughts on, you know, where the server is located, or the terms of use, or the corporate practices of a particular organization might be different than somebody else's. So you just want to make sure that the artist is aware of all of that. How the presenter plans to manage files and data. So at what time is the presenter, you know, going to remove files from all of these platforms? At what time is the presenter going to delete the temporary copy? Security measures and geo-blocking measures. So just everything to be really clearly outlined. All right, we're entering the final stretch of my talk. So I know it's been a lot of information, but we're almost there. Okay, so introducing the 2022 IMA fee schedule. 2022 only because it takes effect starting in January. And it is available online. So again, I'll invite you to look at it on your own time later. But just quickly, and what do you need to know, whether you're a presenter, whether you're an artist, when you look at this? And it can be a very intimidating document, particularly for artists who are not really used to working with that. But understanding, you know, what the presenter is using as a baseline reference guide to offer you, some fees is I think the most important thing that an artist can do for their self-advocacy. So if you just understand and are able to go and look at the document and say, well, actually, maybe not, right? So a few things that are important to understand the schedule. There's a different operating budget categories. So presenters fall under, you know, an array of operating budget categories. And obviously, it doesn't make sense that a presenter that has a $50,000 budget a year pays the same thing as $575,000 a year, right? So we've made these categories in accordance to that. So the fees kind of grow category to category. So as an artist, if you want to know, you know, if the presenter is offering you an okay fee, you just ask them what category they're in. And we are encouraging presenters to be very forthcoming and tell artists which budget categories they're in. Then there's different types of fees. There's artist fees, which are copyright royalties, like I said before, and those are paid for exhibition screenings, performances, and reproductions of the works. And then there's professional fees, which are honoraria payments for services that the artist renders. So that can be all the different talks that an artist does, workshops, installation services, different things like that. And those are different in terms of they're not covered under copyright. They're not copyright royalties, right? So there is a bit of a distinction there to make, but essentially there are different types of fees that you can request as an artist. And in the particular, in a new version of the IMA fee schedule, we've provided a minimum fee and a recommended fee. Minimum fee is that baseline, like the community considers that you should never go under this for this kind of event. And the recommended fee is to try to encourage presenters to go above that minimum fee and to give a sense of what a decent fee would look like. Because unfortunately, minimum fees are still pretty low in many categories. So we've just added that recommended fee there too. And then we have add-on fees that apply mostly for online presentation formats, where the parameters, if a presenter, the way that the event is presented, the parameters kind of exceed the parameters. So also for in-person events that are also presented online, so hybrid format essentially. Online live stream programs and events that are made available for on-demand viewing, and then standard parameters for online on-demand viewing are exceeded, and I'll get into that in a minute. So for example, this is a grid of fees for single live stream screening or audio presentations. So this would be if say a festival screens a film at a given date and time, and folks have to log in real time to access this. So you would look at first the operating budget of the presenter, and you just kind of look at the fees that are within that operating budget category. For screenings and presentations, we have additional categories that are based in time, so the duration of the film or video. So as an, you would go, okay, so the film is 10 minutes long, so it's this category. And then, the minimum fee for a presenter that has under $100,000 operating budget is $112. But the recommended fee is $168. So if they offer you $150, you can decide, but it would probably be a pretty good offer according to these standards. Now, add-on fees are for if you have it presented as an on-demand program. So there was this one in-person live stream screening, and then it's made available on demand afterwards. We've seen that happen. So it's just a percentage, an added percentage of the initial fee. So let's say it was $150 that they offered you. If the on-demand availability is 2 weeks or less, it's plus 50% of that $150. If it's more than that, it's plus 25% of that initial $150 every 2 weeks. Maybe it's a bit complex to say it all like that, but it does follow, I think, a logical order in the schedule. So in terms of the how online presentation has been integrated in the schedule, we've really tried to delineate and define different presentation modes. So in-person presentation being where viewers have to be physically present to experience the work, and that can be in a variety of different settings. And online presentation where the programs and events are presented online, and that can be through different platforms, websites, digital streaming platforms, social media channels, you name it, right? So we're not discriminating between which platforms are being used. And also the key component here is that viewers have to access these programs remotely. So not going to a gallery, for example, and then accessing a work online in the gallery space. Now, online presentation is further kind of broken down with live stream presentation, which is synchronous presentation, which is what I'm doing now, and on-demand presentation, which is the contents are accessible at the viewer's convenience via the presenter's website, digital platform, social media channel. And really, we've got Zoom and Netflix as the kind of two models that exemplify live stream and on-demand. So for live stream presentations, we've got then live stream screening and presentation fees, and live stream talks, so fees for that, with add-on fees added afterwards for if the recording of the talk or if the material that was live streamed is then showcased through on-demand access. And on-demand presentation, we've got screenings and presentations, so that's if you access a film or video on demand. Online exhibitions and projects, which we also tried to define, but I'm not going to really talk about here today. But essentially, it's the equivalent of what would be an in-gallery exhibition is just transferred to an online viewing context. And then on-demand pre-recorded talks. And we've set some parameters to determine how fees should be paid for on-demand viewing, because on-demand obviously increases the reach potentially. And if it's available for a long period of time online, then we've determined that the artist should be compensated accordingly. So we've set kind of two parameters, which are the period of on-demand availability. So how long is the work up somewhere for viewers to be able to access it? And for on-demand streaming of films and videos and audio presentations, we set it up for 2 weeks, up to 2 weeks. For exhibitions, it's 3 months. And the second, so after 2 weeks, you have to pay more. After 3 months for an exhibition, you have to pay more. And the second parameter is the streaming window after content activation. And this is only for cases where the viewers are asked to activate a screening. So they have a ticket or a pass, or they have to register in some kind of way. And unless they activate, they can't see the material. So in that case, we've said the material is available then for 72 hours. That's the standard. If it's available for more than 72 hours after that activation, then you have to pay the artist more. So like I said, add-on fees are applied if these parameters are exceeded. So if we go back to contracts, all of these things need to be included in the contracts. So, for the live streaming of events, you want to have the exact date and time of the presentation, the number of screenings, is there going to be a post-screening Q&A, is it going to be available on demand afterwards? So all of those things. on-demand screenings and audio presentations, well, the availability dates, right? You want to say it's going to be available from this date to that date. After that, it's not available. If there is a view, if there is an activation, what's that viewing window? So we now have all of those things in there because they do, like we were talking about earlier, they do impact then the fees that the artists should be paid. So you have to have that all in the contract. Same thing for online exhibitions, live stream talks. Will they be recorded? How is the recording going to be used? What's the period of availability of that recording? And same thing for on-demand pre-recorded talks that the artists are asked to do. Okay, so that concludes my presentation. I hope I didn't bore you too much or overwhelm you with the material. I always find it difficult online because you can never see people's reactions, but I encourage you to look at IMA's website for additional materials and to keep your eyes open for the forthcoming publication of our guides. And I think on this, I'll stop sharing.
If any participants have any questions, please feel free to send them in the Q&A. I'll give you a couple minutes.
Je peux aussi répondre aux questions en français, j'aurais dû le mentionner plus tôt.
I can't start my video. It says the host has. Okay, well, if we don't, oh, there is a question here. What is the fine line between promoting and exposing too much of, do you mean too much of the artist, like overexposure versus promoting?
Like it depends on the artist, right? So if you have the conversations with the artist about how much promotion they're willing to do, how much of their work you want to show in advance, kind of thing. That just have that conversation with the artists. The thing that arts presenters, unfortunately, a lot of arts presenters don't really think of is budgeting for reproduction fees for the use of images and excerpts of artists' works in all of those promotional purposes, right? For promoting the exhibition itself or the event itself. The CARFAC fee schedule has a whole breakdown of fees for that, and they're quite reasonable in some cases, like $25 for the use of the image on the banner of the website, something like that. But I think those fees, like most, usually get kind of left behind in how presenters plan their events. And so it's just encouraging the presenters to have those conversations with the artists, to be able to offer fees as much as possible. And then to take down the promotional material from whichever platforms, after the fact, because the problem with online promotion is that you get images that just float around the online, as much as you can control, you should remove those images after a certain amount of time, unless you've gotten the permission from the artist to leave them up.
I guess as an artist, there's this, it's hard to ask for things to be taken down because there's this urge to want that exposure as well, right? But I think it's important to set that precedent and advocate for being paid fairly for it. So we have another question from an Arts Network Ottawa colleague. If you can speak to copyright infringement and how it works on something like YouTube. For example, something like music, why might a video be flagged or taken down if it's not for commercial use?
Yeah, that's a good question. And it's a hard one because it still falls under some gray zone, right? So there are some, so I mentioned the user-generated content kind of exception. And in those, and in, I think, what you're referring to here, the number one criteria that's going to be used to determine whether it can stay up or not is if it can have a negative impact financially on the original owner of the material. So for example, on YouTube, if you have that music, you put up a music, if people start looking, if it becomes so that in order to listen to a song, people start watching your video as a way of listening to a song, and therefore they get less streams, say on their own channel or whatever, then the argument can probably be made that, yeah, there is a commercial, a negative effect financially for the original copyright owner. So that's where that's going to happen. There probably needs to be someone from the team, the original team, that says like that there is an issue, right? But a lot of it's very difficult with online stuff because I'll give you another example that's not related to YouTube, but it's one of the distributors that we interviewed through this project, where they digitized materials from their collections, and they put them up online for access, or even just like trailers were available, right? But the images, some of the images and the materials that the artist used like way back then, now are owned by Getty Images, and Getty Images has a lot of resources to, have bots look for the images that it owns out online in the online world. And they actually got letters from Getty Images asking them to pay X amount in copyright royalties. So that's why I was talking about the level of exposure that becomes important. Like if you use material and you just and you show it in person in a small festival where there's 50 people in the audience, like your risk is super low, right? But if you do put it up on a platform that's going to have lots of traffic, again, like if you put it up on YouTube, you probably have more traffic there, and it's like more likely to be found than if you have it up on your website, hosted by your own server, like different things, right? But it's just being aware of that risk, I guess. And the commercial use, for yourself, for sure, is, if you just put up a song, but the commercial impact on the other end is also an important factor that's being taken into account.
Well, we have another question in the Q&A. How should a visual artist protect their copyright when promoting their work online?
So that's a good question. I think it depends what your work is. You definitely want to. So if it's there's a few things. If you hire, the images, first of all, do you own the images that you're using for promoting the works? Because the photographer is the one who owns the photograph of your work, and it becomes very complicated in that situation. So I would just say look into that first. The other thing, you can use like lower resolution images of works when you put them up online. You know, as long as it looks okay for you within the confines of where you're putting it, but it just can deter from uses of the work. You can always include credits underneath all the images that you use, and that hopefully will encourage others who use the images to include those credits. And you should probably register yourself or become a member of a copyright collective that's active in the visual arts. So there's two primary ones in Canada that you could look at. Access Copyright is one of them, and CARC. Let me just check. It's one of them affiliated with Copyright Visual Arts. It's called Copyright Visual Arts. They just changed their name. So if you become affiliated with them, their job is to collect copyright royalties on behalf of their members. And so they can also help you navigate all of those questions.
Yeah, and I wanted to thank Caroline for that question as well, because I think this is where this topic became really interesting to me, because digital artists are sort of going to have some level of literacy on digital distribution and the rights as artists, but for visual artists who have only engaged in traditional exhibition spaces and things like that, have now, as a necessity, had to engage virtually and distribute their work online. So yeah, so I think that's important to have this research and this fee schedule to build capacity for those artists. And I just wanted to comment, I had never thought before about the photographer documenting your paintings owning the copyright to that work now as it's distributed.
Well, it depends, right? If you have a contract with the photographer where the photographer gives you the rights, that's fine. Of course, yeah. It's just something you have to work, to figure out, like that you make sure you are able to use it. And often, you might be able to use material that you don't have copyright over, but just give the attribution. But if you are, using the images for your own promotional and distribution purposes, I definitely try to make sure you have ownership over that material.
Okay, well, if we don't have any more questions on Zoom, I'm just going to do a quick check on YouTube as well, where we are also live streaming. I don't see anything, so yeah, if there's any final words, or I guess you've let us know where we can find this documentation and
yeah, I can also share I don't know if you have a place, I'm happy to share my slides too. And just a lot of and more information is going to come out in the intellectual property guide that we've developed. It's just out in translation right now. So yeah, just keep an eye out for that. It'll come out very soon.
Great. We'll be sure to send those out to everyone that's registered for this as well.
Okay, great. Well, thank you everybody for joining us today. Thank you again to ArtsNet Ottawa and Marianne for joining. The fee schedule is also up on IMA's website, so if you want to take a preliminary look, you can easily access that now. And if you're in Ottawa, hope to see you at one of our many events hopefully coming up in the future, both at ArtsNet and at Dark. And take care. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, and we'll be back at 6 o'clock for the final session of the day.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Artpreneur. We are here for the last panel on day one. I don't know which camera we're on. You guys will find me. I am here with Malaika Astorga to my left. She is the co-founder of Also Cool Mag, alsocoolmag.com. And to her left, Sarah Jasmine Hodgson, the editor-in-chief of Nosy Mag, nosymag.ca. I'm Gregory Clark from Apartment 613. We are a local and not-for-profit media organization based here in Ottawa. I'm going to give our panelists the chance to introduce themselves, their projects, and of course you'll get to know more about them, their projects during the course of this hour. But first, greetings. Hello to our audience in person. Hello to everyone in live stream land. We're happy that you could join us today. We are here at the Saw Gallery, which is a super inspiring setting. And, to tell you the truth, I think we're all kind of excited just to be back in person. This feels a little strange, but really good too. So cheers to that. I think we are the first fully in-person panel at Artpreneur today. And thank you to the folks behind Artpreneur who made this possible. And safe and comfortable for us to do here today. We are going to cover a lot of ground, but it's going to keep coming back to 5 themes or 5 keywords. And those we talked about a lot today: trials, tribulations, triumph, creating, and sustaining. So wherever we go, we're going to come back to those 5 things. The goal of this panel is really to provide some insight into how each Nosy Mag and Also Cool Mag got started. They're both relatively new projects going back to 2020. And we will hopefully demystify this process of launching an independent media outlet so that anyone who is in our audience who's considering to launch their own project or looking to get involved in existing local community media could feel inspired to start now. Just try the name of our panel and just jump right in. There is an old proverb which says that the best time to plant a tree was yesterday, and the second best time to plant a tree was today. And I know from our earlier conversations, my earlier conversations with our panelists, that they would both agree when I say that now is as good a time as any to just start and to get your start. The media landscape in Ottawa has changed a lot in the last 10 to 15 years. We have seen the decline of traditional media in town. We have seen a lot of startup media sort of come and go in that time, but also a narrowing of options for local arts coverage. And it has been the local, independent, community-driven, volunteer-driven media that has started to fill that important gap in town. And your projects in particular have done that. So my first question for each of you really is, what gaps in coverage do each of your projects fill? And I'll start with you, Malaika.
Hi, my name's Malaika. I'm the co-founder and creative director of Also Cool. To answer your question, I think it would be good to give some more context as to why we started the project in the first place. Just to clarify, there's me, Zoe, Rebecca, and Maya, who are the core team of Also Cool, and then we have a team of contributors as well. And we felt that the scene that surrounded us and that we came up in was not being represented in, definitely not mainstream media, but even in independent media. There's kind of like the same maybe rotation of 10 people or so who either have press agents or they're just the people who get the press, and then everyone else who's doing, just as amazing work was kind of, I don't know, not left behind, but definitely didn't get as much attention. And it was really important to us to be like, okay, well, what if we just write about them and put it on a website and see if someone takes it seriously? And in doing that, being very conscious of representing the different marginalized identities that we embody, that our community embodies, and that we see around us in a way that feels good for them, like they're being properly represented and not just tokenized for clickbait.
Okay, so you looked around, you saw gaps in coverage. You saw maybe local artists who weren't getting the support that they needed and thought you would be able to step in and fill that. And if no one else is going to, you ought to start, right?
Yeah, I don't think we ever sought out to be, and I don't think we are kind of like the most important or only source of coverage for the different artists and organizations that we work with. But we were like, well, we may as well start and, you know, like support the people we see around us, because why not? And maybe that will lead to more coverage from other places for them and might help them in different ways as well.
Okay, and I think one of the reasons why Artpreneur put this panel together, put us together, was hopefully to provide that encouragement and maybe even some of that inspiration for others who are in our audience, who might be thinking about starting their own media project and are just looking for where to start, right? So that is Also Cool Mag. How about Nosy Mag?
Hello, I'm Sarah from Nosy Mag. I am the editor-in-chief of Nosy Mag, and we are a team of 8 members. And Nosy Mag was, I think, a result and a response to the pandemic. We were all feeling it, but for me personally, I felt like I lost my arts community. I was so invested in going to, like, every Thursday night, there's always an event going on. I was going to my visual art events, music shows, whatnot, and I just felt like I needed to have contact again in some kind of way. So it kind of just started off as being a group of us getting together and kind of planning our next move, I guess, in a sense, or just kind of reconnecting at first. But what we really wanted to do was to just provide a space, I think, for Ottawa to have that place to talk again. I think in Ottawa, it's just so prevalent that a lot of emerging artists feel like they do need to leave and move on to other cities just because we do not have those resources available, which really isn't true, but it's just not talked about enough. So we wanted to kind of create a space where we could do that, and we could get some different coverage from voices within Ottawa's art community themselves.
And are either of you born in Ottawa, or did you move here a little later?
I was born here, and then I moved to Montreal when I was 17.
Yeah, and then myself, I actually moved here for my undergrad, and then I actually thought that I was going to be leaving like right after, and I've been here for now 7 years.
I had a pretty similar experience, and when I moved here for school, I found it was pretty difficult to tap into what was happening in Ottawa until I came across some independent media and some community media. What was that like for you being new to Ottawa, and where did you discover, before Also Cool or before Nosy existed, where were these sources?
Yes, well, for me, it was a little easier, I guess, just because I was going to school here for art. So I was like right in that community, but it was definitely more of like, I would say, the academic side of art here. And then just through events and shows and whatnot, I made friends that were making and whatnot in the city. But I think I was here for maybe 2 years, and I think like half of my friend group ended up like leaving to go to other cities, which is like totally fair. Like you want to travel and do this and that and whatever, start your own adventures. But I knew that it was because they felt a little lost with their practices here, so it was just like really discouraging. And then for selfish reasons, like I got to see them again just because of the pandemic, so that well, not really, like I guess we weren't able to see each other for a bit, but when we can meet in parks and things like that, that was really great, and I could kind of feel this community slowly growing again here.
Mm-hmm. And it sounds like because you were in art school, you were sort of close to it, plugged in that community, whereas I've heard from a lot of people who are new to Ottawa that this is the kind of place where you kind of have to know someone, or your friends have to tell you about a show that's happening. There's really no place to go find everything that's going on, and that could be okay as long as more projects like yours start to pop up and start to fill again that important gap of even just communicating about art and what's happening in Ottawa. We are going to spend a lot of time, I should mention today, talking about challenges that you had in starting your projects. A couple of those keywords were trials and tribulations, and it could sound a little pessimistic for anyone who's out there who's thinking about getting involved in local independent media, because we think it's important to share with you a bit about some of the barriers that you would have faced in starting your projects, some of the challenges that you have now in creating sustainability for your projects. But I promise we would also like to end on a optimistic note as well. We had triumphs, we had creating and sustaining in some of our themes for this panel as well. But we do think it's important that you hear a bit about some of the challenges that are faced in sort of starting up these projects as well. Before we go any further, I actually had a quick question for our audience, the folks. I'm looking at the folks in live stream land, and I just wanted to hear. We'll follow up with you in a bit, but if you let us know, can you name as many Ottawa-based independent media organizations or outlets as you can, whether they are active or they're no longer with us today? Drop those in the chat, and we're going to follow up. That's just something I'm curious about. So if I forget, remind me, and we'll check in with the folks in the live chat there. One thing that both of you, one way that both of you have described your projects is that they are by artists and for artists. So I'd like to hear a bit about where that comes from, and actually, you know, if there is a difference when you're saying that we're by artists, for artists, how does that make you different from traditional media in Ottawa? I'll start with you, Sarah.
So everyone on our team is a creative in some sort of sense. A lot of our team is actually affiliated with the University of Ottawa, so I went to school with a lot of people on that team. But so like we're definitely in the scene, and we're all still making in some shape or form. And I think Nosy Meg is here to serve creatives in the city, and our main goal is really just to amplify their voices.
So for us, I mean, I do a lot of things. I'm generally like a visual artist. I do illustration, a lot of video work. I've accidentally become a writer through necessity. But the rest of our core team as well, Zoe and Rebecca, who are sitting to the side, are creatives. Musicians, writers, DJs. Maya's a DJ and also just like incredibly talented as a writer as well. Like we're all creatives who have been working in creative fields for a long time. And I think the by artist for artist thing, although it is a little buzzwordy and it's something you maybe see on organizations to make them seem a little more approachable, our mentality with it was we wanted to make all the difficulties that we've encountered while freelancing as accessible as possible. And when people have difficulty, say like putting together a press kit or like sending us an email or whatever, providing as many resources as we can so that they can understand how to do that for themselves. So I mean, it's exactly that problem of like, how do you even get started? How do you know where the scene is if there's no one to tell you? And we hope to be a platform that kind of pushes people in the right direction, or at least gives them a framework to start looking in the right places, or even knowing how to look and where, if that makes sense. I mean, at the same time, you know, we understand how artist contracts work, how promoting shows works, how pitching your writing and all these things. We've been on both sides of it, and we just kind of want to make it, as accessible as possible, because I think people don't talk about this kind of thing very much.
No, it's true. So walk me through that. What does it look like if I'm an artist who reaches out to you and says, I have an exhibition coming up next month. I have no idea where to start in terms of sharing my story or sharing my work or promoting it, but I know you run a community media publication. How can we work together?
I love and hate emails. So I will normally ask for them to send me an email with a bit about who they are, an artist statement if they have one, links to all relevant social platforms and media, or attaching the media to the email, and then kind of how they would like to collaborate in some capacity. You know, would they like a press release? Would they like an interview? Would they like to collaborate on the actual event? Because more often than not, and I understand why people might do this, they will just send us their project with no context, and it's a little difficult to know what to do with that. And when you're receiving tons and tons of emails every day, it's like, okay, thank you for sharing this, but I'm not sure what to do with this, and I don't necessarily have time to try and figure this out if it's just like a link to your website, or like, here, I make something. Like, okay, cool, how can we work together on this? Or how would you like to like collaborate with our platform in some way? If that, yeah. If you can't find our email, which we've tried to put it everywhere, but if you can't, you can DM us, and then we will send you our email, and then you can email us. We also have submission guidelines on the part of the contact part of the site that kind of goes over everything. Are you a musician? Are you an artist? Do you just want to write for us? And kind of break down all the different things that you'll need.
Okay, so it sounds like both outlets are fairly artist-centric. No one's going to be turned away, or you won't turn up your nose because they don't have a publicist or a press agent. And both of you seem really willing to engage with artists who, you know, are creating interesting work, but might not necessarily know how to share that story. Does it look the same way for you?
Yes, so I think if anything, because Ottawa is so small and our art community is still quite emerging, I think that we're just not getting enough. So if you guys are working on a project, like, please email us. You can email us at nosymag@gmail.com. But yeah, so like for us, we're super interested in amplifying voices. So we focus on trying to get writers that are within the community that also want to be writing. So if they have an artist that they're really interested in, like, we want to hear their voice specifically about that, and try to get the word out so more people are coming to events generally. But yeah, I'm kind of losing my tangent right now. But
no, Sarah, you said something I want to follow up on. Where do you find writers, or do they find you?
We put out calls, and then it's also kind of within our own communities. So we do have a couple of people on the team that have writing backgrounds, either in journalism or maybe like art history, art theory. So we kind of like go through their networks to try to get people that are interested. But yeah, I love when people email us asking to write for us, just because like we have our own network of people we know, but because Nosy Mag, like a lot of us started off as just being friends in school, like we have our own network, right? So we are looking to always expand it.
That's excellent. And for anyone out there who's curious, you know, a really good place to start might be reaching out to see how they could become involved in some existing local community media, such as yours. We've talked a bit about how artists reach you. We've talked a bit about where you find writers. But I'm also just really curious in how you and your teams as editors and curators of your magazines decide what's going to be covered. And could you walk me through a little bit about the editorial decision-making process? How do you decide which story pitches to run with? Or more often, do you go out and find your own stories?
Yeah, so when we started Nosy Mag, when we had our launch, like we definitely made a point of curating it together to try to create, I guess, like a excitement and like an image for what was to come. But I think that, yeah, sorry, I think I'm a little nervous, so I'm like losing my train of thought pretty fast. But
it was the editorial decision making. So
yes, yeah,
how do you decide what to cover?
Exactly, yeah. So we are really receptive to pitches from people. So it kind of just depends what exactly it is. But our platforms run in a couple different ways. So we have like our website, which has like our blog and our articles. But then we also have our socials, which we will put stories out to amplify any upcoming events and things like that. And then our creative spotlights as well. So we kind of categorize it to depending on like what the story is about or where artists might be at within their careers, because sometimes they're just at a point where they don't necessarily know how to answer some of these questions quite yet as well. So, but we want to give them that exposure so that they can try to get more involved within the community.
So with where an artist's at in their career, does it make any difference how popular or maybe like the name recognition that they might already have? Does that figure into the decision making at all?
No, not at all for us. Like we're kind of just doing this to get people excited about talking about art and documenting it, and just, I don't know, I think just the idea of having an art community in Ottawa, because I know a lot of people feel that there's it's a small one or there isn't one at all.
I've heard the same thing, and Malika, you may want to echo some of that, because I do get a sense that you have similar approaches to editing your magazines. But can you walk us through just a little bit of that editorial decision-making process? How do you decide what will be covered or what won't be covered?
Yeah, so I think it's changed over time. I think we were pretty optimistic at the beginning of wanting to reply to everyone's emails, which we have now realized is very unrealistic, and we would never stop emailing.
How many emails do you get, like, per week?
Hundreds, probably. I don't know. It depends on the week.
Shaking her head, so probably same
I mean, there's some days where we're like, yes, cleared the email, and then we wake up the next day and it's like 150 emails, and we're like, who are you? So what we're looking for is basically like anyone generally involved in the community, kind of who are accepting, not promoting anything discriminatory. These are like the very, very baseline requirements, for these kinds of things. We do have a pretty, selective taste in music. We're open to all genres, but we don't cover everything we're sent. Obviously, it kind of does come down to our personal taste. So, for example, like I like electronic music. I don't know very much about it, so a lot of that editorial decision making goes through Maya, or say like I'm personally really into like post-punk, so I'll kind of like veer more towards that kind of thing, or shoegaze or whatever. It just kind of depends on our writers. We kind of check with each other in terms of like music related things, like, hey, do you like this, do you not like this, that kind of thing, and then we make a list of approved pitches and put that out for our contributors. In terms of like other kinds of submissions, we're pretty open to different kinds of visual arts of all mediums. We used to do a lot of events, or starting to do more events now that are mostly music based. Sometimes we do pop-ups. But one thing I think that kind of sets us apart from other publications is that we don't cover huge releases. We get the press releases for a lot of, let's say like major label, or just like, the kind of thing that you'll see on larger publications. And we made the decision a while ago that unless we are either interviewing the artist, there is an agreement for the management, the label, the artist to share the article, we will probably not cover them, because in our experience, we've found that these larger labels, artists, whatever it may be, don't always kind of reciprocate the same respect for our time and energy. So an example of this will be, say, a label asks us to interview a huge artist or to cover a huge release. We'll spend, say, like 7-8 hours working on this article. It's kind of an unsaid agreement that if we write an article about you, you should share it, you'd think.
One would hope.
One would hope, after we've been emailing about it for weeks, if not months. And a lot of the time we found that these larger platforms, whatever they are, don't. And the way that we work is very much community-oriented writing and community-oriented support. If we're going to do something for you, the least you can do is share the article we did for you, and that is reciprocated support and respect. And I don't know. I feel like this
totally trashed their show in a review, then.
No, and I mean, we don't cover things that we don't like. Also, that doesn't mean if we don't get back to you, we don't like what you're doing. It may just be that we are very burnt out and don't have time to get back to your email. But everything we cover, we tend to like either agree with or like in some capacity. Like I also don't really know how much good it does for the world to just put out bad reviews of everything. I don't know. So that's kind of a long-winded answer to your question. I think it's complicated. It changes over time. It changes as we learn how to do these things as well. Because all of this we have figured out on our own. It's very DIY and like self-taught, and we kind of learn through experience of like, oh, that did not go how we thought it would. Like, okay, good to know for next time. Or, oh, we need to clarify that this needs to be shared by all parties. You know, things like that.
Yeah, and I'd like to hear about some of those lessons. You know, the learnings that only came from trying, from getting started, because there's so much that you might have been able to learn from others, or have kind of seen what worked or what didn't for other media before you. But a certain amount of this, I think you would agree, was just figured out as we go, or we learn along the way. Sarah, you're nodding your head as well. Yeah. I know that actually, just from a conversation that we had earlier, that Sarah, Malika's project was an inspiration for you to start yours. So I'd like to hear about two things. First, Malika, I want to know like what the launch was like, and if you learned anything from like what was the day that you announced that the magazine would be live, and you introduced it to others. And Sarah, then I'd like to follow up with you and hear about when you first became aware of their project.
Sure. So we launched the project on October 29th of 2019. Zoe and I had been talking about it we've talked about doing a similar or this kind of concept of a project for a long time, but the project as also Cool Mag kind of sparked a month before we launched it. It was a pretty quick turnaround. And we weren't even really sure what it would be. We just knew that we wanted to represent the like arts and music community that we saw around us, and we would kind of figure it out as we went. We had a launch party with Marie's, Backwash, Shui, and La Fièvre.
It's a really good bill.
Yes.
Have any of them heard of you? Like, how did you reach out to these artists and say, we're going to launch this, will you play our show?
We're all friends, because we've worked together before, but
awesome.
We pretty much were like, which of our friends can we ask to do this for us?
Okay, super by artists for artists.
Yeah,
in that sense.
Yeah, very much so. And we had all kind of like, we're all in the same scene. We're all friends / have worked with each other in some capacity, and we're like, okay, we need to cover the cost of the website to have this get started and to even start working on this. And there's like a ton of like small fees to just like maintain things. Hosting,
Google Drive,
domain names, the like custom Gmail addresses. There's like a million like $12 subscriptions to things. So we were like, okay, well, we know how to put on shows. We'll put on a show. This is a stacked lineup, and hopefully we'll make enough money to pay for the website so we can start like making it and figuring out sort of how we're going to structure this content. And we had decided to launch the actual content in January of 2020. Because that event at the Diving Bell went so well, people just kept asking us to co-host events with them, which was unexpected, but we were like, sure. So we did dance parties, we did a comedy show, we had like a one-day festival, like a lot of different things, which is how we sort of sustained the project at first. And then of course in our last event was in February of 2020, and like 2 weeks later.
we'll talk about events, because I can see how that kind of figures into an important part of your model for Also Cool. Sarah, I'm curious, did you get an invite to that launch party, or did you hear about Also Cool, read about it a little down the line?
Yeah, so I do run in like similar circles to Malika and Zoe. So I think that, I think I was following Zoe, and then I saw all this content coming out about what you were doing, and I was like, oh gosh, I wish I could get to Montreal, go to one of these parties, what's going on? But anyways, yeah, after that, I was just, I think you also have like a very specific like graphic style. So right away, like, you know, I think that was really eye-catching for a lot of people, and it was for me for sure. So after that, I was just like following your different socials and whatnot, and then I just saw what was starting off, I guess, as events turn into an actual blog and a publication. So I don't know. Yeah, I think that's kind of, that got the gears turning for me during the pandemic. I'm very into curating, and over the summer, before the second wave, I had a couple of different events planned for things, and then everything had to close down again. So I was back to zero. And then, yeah, I don't know. I think after that, I was just sort of thinking to myself, like, what's the next project I can work on? Like, I think you're probably a workaholic, just like I am. Like, I always have to be doing something. So I just thought I would like meet with my creative buddies and start planning from there. So I think that you guys, you know, I've seen you're in Montreal, but I see Zoe around, and we went to school together and whatnot. So I was kind of like, how is she doing it? She's got like the work, she's got the school, she's got the really, really cool publication. Like, I can do this. This can happen. So, you know, it was kind of through like trial and error, us figuring out what made sense for our day jobs or school, whatever our team was doing, to try to make something happen. But I also think what was really doable about everything was the fact that it was a passion project, and it was fun, right? Like, it didn't feel like work when we were meeting up. Like, it was really exciting for all of us, and it gave me a real sense of purpose. So, and it still does. But I think that's when you're doing anything, like, that should be why you're doing it, right? It's really important, or else you're gonna burn out really fast.
We're not doing this for the big bucks.
Yeah, no, not at all.
We all have day jobs. Like, literally all of us have like a 9 to 5 or something similar, plus maybe 2 or 3 other freelance gigs.
Your whole crew. Okay. And so Nosy started after the pandemic began affecting Ottawa. How did you announce it? How did you launch it? How did you tell others that, you know, this project was starting?
Yeah, so I think we did really like focus on our branding ahead of time. So one of our co-founders, Emily Neufeld, is like a really, really great artist. And we started like brewing that and the name and everything. And I think we just started spreading the word through friends and family and whatnot. But we also had like a contest for winning some merch and things like that. So we started like leaking things out for a couple weeks, and then leading up to it, I think people were really curious. Like, we would kind of just throw little hints, so people didn't know exactly what it was and things like that. But yeah, and then you know, unfortunately, we could not have like an actual in-person event at the time for it. But I think that at that point, like, socials were like really, really dead. Like, you know, I think the whole point, well, it's not the whole point, but the way it functions for a lot of people is like, oh, like, you're going out in the world, you're showing what a glamorous life you're having or whatever, right? You cannot have that during a pandemic. So I think this was like quite a, I don't know, it was just like a shift for people, and it got everyone excited in our circles.
Completely. And I tell you what, I've still got a pin in events, because I want to come back to that and talk about how that's been an important part of your models. But you both brought up something that I want to jump in on here, and that was actually illustration and the visual look. Sarah, you said that it was Malika's style that sort of caught your attention with their project, and you also gave some kudos to Emily, who's a designer on your crew. I think that a lot of people who are discovering your projects now, or maybe even some longtime readers of yours, might be surprised to hear that this is a part-time and volunteer effort. And I say that because, I mean, not just in the the high quality of the writing that you publish, but also everything down to the look and feel of your websites and your social media is very original. There's a lot of style. Like there's no stock photography. Like I don't think you're using a Canva app to make your posts. Like there's a lot of original illustration and a lot of work going into even just the visual brand of what you present. So that's why I say some folks might be surprised to hear that it's not a full-time professional endeavor, because there's some really professional high quality work that's being put out. Can I ask you to kind of just like maybe lift the curtain, give us a tour behind the scenes of like if in the front it looks like this super professional full-time organization, what's really happening in the back? How is your team made, and who contributes to this project?
Sure, yeah. This is definitely something that has happened to us quite a few times, where people think that we are a large media organization with a lot of money, and we are not. We are 4 people doing our best on our laptops, trying to balance our lives and not burn out. We're also self-taught for most of the things we do. I did go to school for communications and media production, so that definitely helped, and I have a background in fine arts as well. But I don't really know anything about like UX, UI design. I kind of just figured out the website on my own, and have been tweaking it ever since. You know, like I said, we had a very quick turnaround time from the conception of this project to the launch. So I was like, okay, what is the aesthetic? Because it needs to be recognizable. You need to know, you need to be able to recognize a sticker on like a pole somewhere and be like, oh, isn't that like thing I saw online? Like the branding was really, really important. Also, given that like we had no like notoriety or platform or whatever when we were starting out.
Well, it seems like the branding may have been too good, because you have notoriety and it's recognizable, and it seems to really be sticking. So like, is that getting you into trouble? Like,
no, I don't think so. I think that it's not trouble. It's just, I think sometimes people, when they think that we're a bigger publication or like have any funding at all, they may expect us to do more. So more being paying people, which I would love to, but I also would love to not pay for this project out of pocket first. Or, you know, doing more for the community, donating more money, doing more events. And in reality, I wouldn't call it part-time, because I definitely put full-time hours into this project, and so does everyone else.
On top of your full-time jobs.
Yeah, I have a 9-to-5. I have several other freelance gigs, and then I do this all the time. So
I can see it in your eyes.
Yes. So it's very much a labor of love, but something that we're really passionate about, I think, because publications like this and just the DIY scene in general is what helped all of us survive since we were teenagers, and still to this day. And our hope is that if we can be in any way, any form of inspiration or help to anyone in any similar capacity, that's literally all we want. But, you
already have been. We heard about Sarah and her crew launching Nosy Mag for that reason. So I think that's really cool, and I hope we sort of pass that on to others who are in our audience and in live stream land.
I hope so. But to explain how things work, so all of us do a lot. I mostly maintain the website functionality, but the core team, we all post the articles on the website. We all post on socials. Of the core team, we are all responsible for our own articles and our own stuff. When we have bigger projects or we're publishing a contributor project, someone of our core team will take that on to make sure that things are published on time, that we have all the assets we need, and that all the socials are right? And that kind of thing.
So everyone has their part to play, but
Yeah.
it doesn't sound like, you don't have, I'm the music editor and I'm the theater editor and it's just everyone's tag teaming and sort of helping each other.
Pretty much. We do
get this
take
across the line.
on slightly different aspects of the project, but we share everything with each other. We're also all capable of doing everything that is required. I mostly do the visuals if necessary, but Zoe's been helping out a lot with that as well. But part of like why that works for us is if one of us is burnt out or has like multiple life crises at the same time, the rest of us can step in and help that person and, just make sure that there's no kind of like loose ends or, we're not like, oh no one else knows how to post on the website today. Or even like, if someone's intranet is out, we can be like, can you post on the Squarespace for me instead? Similarly, we have the main email, and then the four of us all have our own independent emails as well. So we get most of the submissions through the main email, and then we'll forward it to our independent ones and kind of go from there.
It sounds like having a team then was really important to have the support and being ready to launch. Could either of you have seen yourselves launching these projects solo? Would you recommend that to anyone who's considering launching their own project?
No. Support is really important. I think if you feel like you don't have anyone to launch it with, I don't think that should discourage you. And I think that people will come to you. Like that's how we met Maya. She somehow found out about us before we had launched and emailed and was like, can I please be a part of this project? And I thought I was going to have to convince her. And she thought she was going to have to convince me. And so we had this like coffee date where we were convincing each other to work with each other. And then we're both like,
wait a second.
Okay. But I think having a team and really being clear on who's doing what and who's capable of what and what like their emotional and like mental capacity for things is at any given time is really, really important.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure you would say the same thing. But Sarah, I'll go back to the top of the question because I'm just curious to hear what's the difference between behind the scenes at Nosy Magazine and how it's presented.
Yeah. Well, I'm not totally sure how we're perceived by the public, honestly. Like we do get like really, yeah, like we get good reception from people. Like everyone's always excited. I think that we do maintain this kind of presence of like having faces visible on it. So I think people have always been kind of aware that there are people behind the account, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think just before I go any further, I just wanted to give credit to everyone else that's on the team. I am one of the co-founders. I'm not, I definitely could not have done this alone. So I mentioned Emily Neufeld, but we have Willem Dysinger as well, who is one of our graphic artists on the team. He made our beautiful nose. But
that's an excellent name for a designer.
I know, when you read it right away, you're like, I want to hire you. Like, that's crazy. But yeah, and then we also have, there's like 8 members, so I have to like kind of use my fingers sometimes. So we have Megan McKay, and then we also have Alexia Kokuzaki, and then we have Hope, Kriana Wade, and then we have Atticus Gordon. And that's everyone. Oh, and Spencer Nafig Blanchette, of course.
And so for you, it's also all part-time. If you had the opportunity, do you think you and any of your crew would like to do this full-time?
I think that when I was going through the motions of the pandemic, like this was kind of keeping me motivated, and this was like keeping me feel like slightly stable. So at the time I was having like really like, I don't know, like big dreams for it. I was like, oh, it could be this, it could be that, I don't know, like it could be. And I think I like it being what it is right now for me. Like I like the fact that everyone plays equal roles in the functioning of it. So maybe if we could all be hired together, that would be amazing. But yeah, I don't know. I guess, sorry, I just kind of, I had some ideas about, I just wanted to like chat more about how everyone works together on the team together. So, but yeah, so we kind of have like the magazine distributed in a couple different parts. Everyone pulls their weight in different ways, and sometimes we have to also move to other areas just as someone needs to take a break or
covering for each other.
Exactly, yeah. But yeah, for myself, I definitely am more of like the management aspect of the team. I started off doing writing, which totally makes sense to do. I think like going into the project, I didn't really know if I was going to be like one of the main writers or not. Like I was more just thinking of myself as like a facilitator, I guess, at first. But
Malika said something earlier that you smiled and nodded about. I think you said you accidentally became a writer.
yeah, well, you know, it's funny. Like I hated writing in school. Like I can do it, but you know, when you're doing it, when you're writing about something that you're passionate about, it's totally different, and then it becomes fun. So I think that when we were going into this project, we had like extremely, at least I had very high expectations for like what this could be, just because I think I'm just like a workaholic, so I just wanted it to be like the best it could possibly be. But I had this like expectation for my own writing that I didn't think I would be able to achieve necessarily, so that kind of like threw me off. But we have like a really amazing editorial team that is great about working with new writers, especially that want to kind of like refine their work and maybe even have like their first a publication out. So I don't know, it's just a really healthy environment, and we're all super like supportive of criticism or just improving ourselves together.
Which is super important team-wise. If you're all arguing about the material, you're not going to get too far. Yeah. But it sounds like you've both done a really good job of creating inclusive spaces, you know, not just for the artists who want to engage you, but for the writers and other folks who are looking to get involved as well. I do want to jump in on that point about events, and I'd like to use that as a bit of a jumping off point to talk about business models, and then we will check and see if there are, we're going to leave some time for any questions from the audience, those of you who are with us here at SAW, and our folks in live stream land. But this thing about events interested me so much because, Malika, you told me that really you started Also Cool off of the back of events, and that was the most important way in the beginning, at least, to fundraise for the project. And it was the event, it was the launch event and the shows that came even before you published the website. And these events were successful. People were asking you to co-host more events, to promote their shows, because clearly you had a community who was interested in the programming and the shows and parties that you were curating, and it sounds like events were, for that reason, a really important piece of funding the project. Of course, we know that since you launched in fall of 2019, it's been very difficult to host many events. From, I don't know, say around March 2020 onwards, that's been very challenging. So where does the funding come from? This is a big question I want to ask both of you and to explore a little bit. Where does the funding come from for your projects if it can't come from events right now?
This is something that we have been trying to figure out since the beginning. I think it's difficult because a lot of publications or media organizations or whatever, there's really no transparency on how they make money. So we don't run ads, we don't sell your information to anyone. Try and be decent people. For that reason, we have no consistent flow of income. We were kind of depending on events for, paying contributors, paying for all these things. We have figured out some things along the way by means of we did some online events, we've sold a bit of merch, we now have a Patreon, which has definitely helped, and we were able to get a grant from Pride Montreal to do another panel this summer, which has kind of held us over for a little while. But I think it's just been a little difficult to first not even know where to look for funding or who to ask. And then when we started to look into grants, everything was well, you have to be an organization for at least 2 years. And you have to have done this, and this. And it's
not-for-profit,
exactly. And it's when you don't know what literally any of that is, it's okay, but how do I get money to do this now? And we had we've tried some sponsorships, but nothing has really stuck so far. So it's definitely been a challenge. And I mean, something that we're still trying to figure out. We're in the process of hiring a grant writer and looking into these things long term, but it's honestly been pretty difficult to figure out. That being said, we do have really amazing people who have offered to help and are helping us with this kind of thing. But yeah, no one is paying anyone's salaries because the salaries are non-existent at the moment.
Okay, so events are stalled. There's not advertising. Little to no grants at the moment, but thankfully it sounds like there's been a bit of funding through partnerships, like the example you gave with Pride Montreal. Sarah, what's the funding situation look like at Nosy?
Yeah, it's the same boat. Like it's so frustrating when you're looking at grants and you have to be registered, and I don't know, there's a lot that comes with that, and I don't really know if I don't think we're ready for that, but I don't know if we really want to take that avenue and be official in that kind of way. But yeah, like, I don't know, grants are like the lottery as well. So it's like, even if you are to hire someone, it's not guaranteed that you will also get that grant. So
you work all night on the application. You find out like 6 months later if you're even going to get it or not.
Totally. And they take so much time. Like I'm a visual artist, so I do have some experience with grants and how they function and writing them, but like they're really difficult. So you do want to get an expert helping you out with those kinds of things. So as of right now, we have been just doing everything like out of pocket. We recently were able to have a launch event for our first physical publication, so that was really great. Woo woo. But anyway, so we got like a bit of funding there to
physical publications are expensive.
It was really expensive. It was crazy. So anyways, we put that out of pocket, but thankfully we had enough people that were supporting us to pay that back. So we were able to do that and then actually get the website covered for this year. So that's just kind of been a huge milestone for us.
That's you paid the printing and the website for the year.
Yeah, we are out of debt.
Awesome. Just do it.
Yeah.
Just start. Just print that magazine. The money will come.
Yeah.
That's the lesson I'm getting.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad you both, just dove in, and it sounds like for the communities that you're a part of, others saw enough value in the projects to at least begin to support it. That's a huge milestone, I think, to pay for a print and maybe put away some money for 1 year of the website hosting. But how about sustainability? How long can you see this lasting? And maybe this is a weird question to ask, but are you aiming for sustainability? And I ask that just because I've spoken to some others who maybe are starting a music label or a media project or something else, and they've just said right from the outset, I can see myself doing this for 1 year or maybe 5 years, and then I'm going to do something else. What's your hope for each of your publications? Do you hope that these will live longer than you do, or are these temporary projects for the time being?
Yeah, so for Nosy Mag, I think that it's funny, like when we first started this magazine, like we actually were getting compared to like a couple of other startups that were here, I guess, before I had moved here. So they're like, oh, it's so nice to like see that it's happening again. Hopefully you guys stay. Mm-hmm. And so we definitely had to think about that question a bit. And
that's the callback to our audience question earlier. We asked people to name independent Ottawa outlets, living or dead, and we'll check some of those that you may have been compared to.
Yeah, hopefully it's not too big. But anyways, yeah, like I think we are really hoping to make it sustainable. So I think that I don't have the answer for you quite yet, how we're going to go do that. But what we are hoping to do is by getting the community involved with this publication, by either like being involved with it as an artist or by being a writer, it will get them to want to keep contributing to it, because that's the only way this is going to stay alive. But also maybe in future they'll want to join our team as well, and we'll sort of just pass it down if people want to end up leaving, and we'll hold the team together.
Okay, so you do have this vision of the publication becoming an organization that others will be able to contribute to and take further and maybe shape in different ways down the line.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, and would you say the same thing, Malika?
I want this to be my job, like very seriously. Like I would like this to be my full-time job, and I am going to try and make it so. am a little burnt out by like DIY lack of funding. I want to figure out how to make it profitable. I want to figure out how to make it a business and how to pay people and grow what we're doing, because it has already been growing. I mean, we have like so many side projects that are so incredible already. We've been doing event production, we do PR for people, we do marketing, we do branding. A lot of our freelance jobs come from this kind of project anyways. We have a podcast as well. There's a lot of different ways for the project to grow, and I fully intend on taking it as far as I can, and I think so does the rest of the team.
Okay, awesome. How far is far? Or I want to kind of put this in scale when we talk about funding, because I don't think any of us are expecting that we're going to get that grant tomorrow that lets us hire 5 full-time editors and a webmaster and social media producers and whatnot. We're going to take this in steps and hopefully see some growth for our projects. So just to give me an idea, Malaika, what could Also Cool do with $500? If everyone here in SAW today, if I passed the hat and we came up with $500 for Also Cool magazine, where could you take it? And then I'm going to follow up with Sarah, and I want to ask the same question, but this time it's an angel investor with like $50,000 and see what we can do with that. But $500.
Well, our website just renewed, so $300 of that $500 would go to the website.
Boom.
And probably, I mean, the rest would go towards a grant writer at the moment, which I don't actually know how much grant writers cost, but we are figuring that out, and that money would very much go towards paying them for their time.
Okay, spend some money to make some money.
Yes.
$50,000 for Nosy Mag. What can we do with it?
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I think that it would definitely go to hiring someone at least like part-time, maybe a couple of people on our team, grant writers for sure. We would love to get some merch going, because that is actually like a really great way to like keep income coming through. I think that honestly the dream would just to have like some sort of actual storefront or whatever that people can like come into our space and see what we're doing, host events, that sort of thing. I don't think 50K would do that, but if it could, I would love that.
Okay, well, I put it this way because, there are a lot of festivals in Ottawa, a lot of art presenters, a lot of marketers who, in the course of a year will spend $500 on a tiny 1/16 or 1/32 page ad in the Ottawa Citizen, or maybe 50 grand a year on full page ads and whatnot. But just to show, what sort of impact that investment can really have in your projects. We are going to have to wrap up soon. I still have a question for each of you, but I think now's our chance to just kind of hop into live stream land, see if we had some questions for either of you coming in throughout the stream. I'll read them out loud to make sure anyone can hear them. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Or is this what we got? Let's talk numbers. Oh, that's from the Bandcamp session from earlier. Awesome. Thank you, guys. And sorry for the interruption. Let's see what we got. Thank you, Alex, for sharing your laptop. Question for Sarah. What might be considered a dream project for Nosy Mag that you haven't had the time or resources to execute yet? You just got $50,000. What's the project you want to take on?
Yeah, well, I think that we are all about events. We haven't really had the funding or the spaces quite yet to do that. So if we could, we would really love to be able to rent just a really unconventional venue in Ottawa and just curate a really amazing art party that I think brings everyone together. It's big enough so there's social distancing going on and whatnot. But yeah, we would just love to, I don't know, one space where we can bring in every single aspect of what we're doing in one place.
A physical space.
A physical space. Yeah.
Which would be huge for Ottawa. Yeah, we don't have a lot of those artist-run and artist-centric spaces.
No, yeah, a
right
lot
now.
of them that we did have, they closed down during the pandemic, and it was really limited at the time. Like, we have some beautiful establishments that host, like, you know, like renowned artists and things like that.
The institutions.
They're institutions, exactly. Yeah. So that's just like not our caliber, and we don't want it to be. But yeah, it's difficult. Like, I even just for different things outside of Nosy Meg, like I've tried to rent spaces and whatnot, and that itself is just like very challenging. It's quite expensive because you got to pay for insurance and all these different things. But that would just be the dream, I think.
Okay, that's the dream.
Yeah.
Question for Malika: how do you envision Also Cool existing in 10 to 15 years from now? How will it be the same, and how will it be different?
I am envisioning it as both like a media production company, let's say similar to like Cult Montreal or something, just kind of in size and reach, but hopefully a little more international, because we do work internationally quite a lot, as well as having kind of like these extensions of the magazine, say like in our podcasts, radio shows. We really want to do more video content and like have highly produced, like really nice, example being like a color show like type video content.
The music YouTube series Colors.
Yeah, exactly. We want to be able to provide that for artists that we work with. At the same time, I really think that we'd like to do more event production. We were supposed to do a little festival in New York before the pandemic, and I would love for that to happen again with a longtime friend and collaborator called Canvas and Cassette, which is another music and art magazine. So things like that, and I think that's something we're working towards. I think the team would definitely be bigger. We could all pay our rent, hopefully, with the money we make from the magazine. And I mean, I don't know what the earth will be like at that point in time, so we'll see.
Very, very good point. It's kind of hard to predict, you know, where we might be in 10 to 15 years, but it's sounding like the future is bright for at least the next 10 to 15 months. We're on a good track. There seems to be some growth going with both publications. Now, one of the goals of our panel today, and again, I think one of the reasons why Artpreneur decided to put this panel together was so that we could speak to folks out there who are either interested in getting involved in media projects or maybe starting one of their own. So for my final question for each of you, I'd just like to know if there's anything that you wish you knew before you started, or let's say you could jump in a time machine and go back to September 2019, you know, a month before the launch of Also Cool. What would you tell yourself?
To be very consistent with checking people's emotional and like energetic capacities for the project, to be very I think what's really important for sustaining a project is checking in with the people you're working with and be like, what would you like to do? What are you able to do? And what can you not do right now, even though you may really want to? Because I think what is sometimes difficult, and maybe something that we all do, is we're hopeful that we can do more than we can, and then we burn ourselves out, and then it kind of just leaves a lot of people frustrated or disappointed. And I think all of us want this to be a project that's enjoyable and within our capacity. And so being very clear with that communication of, do you need more support? Do you need a break? Do you want help getting this story? Like, what do you need? Kind of very consistently and with like a structure for how the magazine functions is like a very, very important sort of baseline thing. I think it's also something that we have figured out along the way too. We were expecting to publish like one article a week at the beginning, and we definitely do a lot more than that now. So it's changed over time, but I think honest and empathetic communication and willingness to help people and let them rest when they need to is really, really essential.
Clearly, and the word burnout has come up more than once. It's a whole other panel, or maybe more importantly, we should be creating a support group for community media in Ottawa so that we can get together and kind of share some of that load. Sarah, how does that sit with you? What do you wish you knew before you started Nosy?
Yeah, I think honestly, just like giving yourself that time to breathe, and just like respecting the time you need to balance the rest of your life if you can, and just making sure you're having those conversations with yourself weekly, because even if you get so excited about a project, like you can get very easily consumed in it, and it's to a point where you're forgetting about how to take care of yourself. But yeah, I don't know. I just have this mentality, like as soon as you're noticing that you're like, it's feeling like work again and you're not having fun, like you got to change that. But yeah, I don't know. I think that our team, like we do try to keep it very fun all the time, I think, with us. So like if we're feeling a little stressed out with deadlines and whatnot, like we're now trying to like meet up in person and like do, get drinks while we're like working on a project and things like that. Whereas
we get so much done when we're together compared to emailing.
Totally.
I know that's the case, yeah.
And it's so crazy that our team never met as a team for like 7 months. So we just started doing this all online, more than 7 months, I think. Yeah, like almost a year. But anyways, yeah, so we had started the project together through Zoom, and then we just like continued it off until like pretty much the end of August, where we had like our actual in-person event to launch our publication. So that's really insane to think about out loud.
We haven't all met in person yet.
Do you think it'll happen? Like who?
Well, I hope so.
Like, I'm just wondering.
But yeah, we have not all met in person.
Yeah. So sorry, is all of your team? Well, I know that Rebecca and Zoe are both in Ottawa, but
and then me and Maya are in Montreal, and then I don't think I've met the majority of our freelance contributors in real life. So it's very much online. I would love to have everyone hang out together, but we'll see.
You'll have to have some more events, and then they'll come and you can meet them.
Yeah, and speaking of hangouts and events, before we go, do either of you have events coming up this fall that you want to share with folks in live stream land?
This is like a very, very new idea that I have not even told the other team members, but we might be doing a pop-up for like a Christmas little pop-up with like music DJ time. We'll see. We had a similar event with FSR, Frozen Section Radio, a little while ago, and it went really well. So we might be doing something like that again. But otherwise, we will mostly be online unless anyone would like us to do things in real life, which we encourage you to ask us to do.
Also coolmag.com.
Yes.
Go find the email address. It's everywhere on the website.
Yeah. But also, if anyone is like interested in contributing in any capacity, or is just like, I like this idea, but I don't know how to be a part of it, but I would like to be, please just email or DM or whatever. We're like more than happy to talk and would love to expand the team.
Sarah, how can folks reach out if they're interested in contributing or learning more about Nosy?
Yeah, so you can also DM us or shoot us an email, or if you see us in person, come say hi and let's talk.
Okay, wicked. I'm afraid that's all the time we've had for today. I want to thank you both for sharing so much with us, your insights, and sort of being willing to go down all these roads and questions I've had for you. I know that there was a lot to unpack here, and there's probably a handful of subjects that could be discussion panels of their own in the future. So I also hope we can kind of keep this conversation going a little bit. I want to thank the folks at Artpreneur and at Saw Gallery who have put this together for us. We hope that those of you in our audience and in live stream land have found our tips useful and that, you know, they can help you either now or down the line if you're thinking about getting involved with or starting a media project, or if you're an artist who's just looking to find out how you can better engage with these projects around town. So that's it for tonight. We'll be back for day 2 of Artpreneur on Monday at 1 o'clock. Good night.